All right, we welcome in our guy, OTAA Grizz, from Mix 100 and also from 92.5 and doing all sorts of stuff. It's good to see you, Grizz. How
Good
are
to
you,
see
my
you.
friends?
It's been good, man. Beautiful day for some football today.
Grizz is on the case of, hearing what everybody's got to say. They're not letting anybody in the locker room, but what were your observations from the podium stuff?
It was interesting. I mean, poor Sean. The guy can still barely talk. I don't know what's going on with him. But the thing that I like to see was with Evan Ingram today. I have not gotten to see too much out of him. He didn't, to me at least, stand out anything crazy at practice. He looked good.
I didn't see anything. Everybody keeps asking about Evan Ingram. I haven't noticed anything in the 2 days I've been there.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
but I mean, again, you know how this goes. You can't see it all.
Well, it's OTAs, and it's brand new for him. So I like to see, he made a couple catches out there. I do think he's going to be heavily used. That's the big thing, and I think he thinks he's going to be heavily used. When he was asked today, a couple questions about how Sean sees him as a joker, this and that, he had this sly smile on his face. Like, he was so excited to be out there, and I think a lot of this offense is going to be running with or through him.
Is he wearing number 1?
No, the only tight end to wear number 1. That's what I found out.
That's a little quirky, isn't it? A tight end wearing number 1?
Numbers are weird these days, man. I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No. No. Wear the numbers you're supposed to wear for your position.
I've never seen a tight end wear number 1.
Well, no, and that's what he said. Sean Payton gave him a list of options, and he said, he wore number 1 in high school.
Oh, really?
And he said that was kind of, his formative years in football.
Yeah.
And he sent it to his family, sent the list of numbers to his family, and every single person texted back, wear number 1. So.
Well, that ain't a tight end number.
Not at all.
That's like I'm a fast guy sort of number.
It's a quarterback kicker number, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
It feels like edge rushers are all wearing low numbers these days. Jonathan Cooper wears 0.
Yeah.
That looks pretty good.
For an edge rusher, not for a tight end?
Yeah, for an edge rusher.
Well, is he really
Benito 15?
Yep.
Benito's 15. That's weird, too.
I agree. We're used to the certain numbers, certain positions. Number 1's a fast number. There's been a lot of kickers that have had number 1. I suppose you're
right. I think Jason Elam. That's who I think of right away.
Right.
But I don't know. It's just one of those low Cam Newton, I guess, as a quarterback.
Well, is Evan Ingram even going to look like a tight end, or is he going to look more like a wide receiver, anyways?
So, okay, interesting question. When he went up to the podium, smaller than I thought. Smaller than I thought he would be.
That's what he looked on that thing, too.
It's just a smaller.
He looked like a big wide receiver.
Not anything bad, just a smaller tight end. But again, Broncos have history of that. Shannon Sharp being a smaller tight end back in the day.
He was shorter. He wasn't smaller.
Short? No, he's thick.
Was small.
He was a smaller tight end.
He was small.
No, he wasn't.
Well,
yes,
he was yoked up.
Dude, he was small.
He wasn't small.
Yeah, well, you're nuts.
He still looks like he could play today.
He was sharp. I interviewed him every Friday for 4 years. He wasn't small, unless your definition of small is a lot less than me. He was short. Then I survived, but he was jacked.
Okay.
Ingram isn't quite as jacked.
He wasn't like.
Well, he was on that EAS.
Exactly.
What the hell's he on now? Because he's probably bigger now than when he was playing.
He's a lot thicker now.
Yeah. All right, what other reaction we got from the podium there, Josh?
I think today's was just excitement. Those guys, I will say, Hufanga, I did watch during practice. That guy is everywhere. He is going to be like reincarnation to me personally of Troy Polamalu. Like, that was so much fun to watch the Polamalu days back in the day. To see what he's doing now, and obviously I know it's OTAs, no pads, all that stuff. He's flying, and I love seeing that because that gets me excited.
In baseball, they always talk about wanting great defense up the middle, right? I would think football is the same thing. I know you got to have the edge rusher, but if Hufanga and Greenlaw are as active of some of the videos I've seen of those two cats, they're going to bring a different dimension to this defense because they are active dudes.
Yeah, they are. We haven't had physicality like these two guys in a while. We've had some physical safeties over the years, but Talanoa's got a pretty good mix of it. I do agree with Josh, though. I think he's an Energizer bunny. He's one of those guys that not necessarily a huge trash talker from what I could tell, but he's just got lots of personality and life and bounce. Like, literally the best way I can describe it is bounce. He's got bounce to him.
Well, and I love you can see it. It's just the Polamalu effect. You see his long hair flying out there everywhere, and it almost looks like there's like 2 of him. Like, it's just funny. You just see him. You notice him everywhere. And that's something that I think has kind of been lacking the last couple of years. In my personality.
Get him a Head and Shoulders commercial.
He would be right up. He'd be in the run for it, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we'll get him doing that.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? Anything good?
DJ Jones, he was really excited to be signing back here. He's loving that he got that done early on.
You know, we really don't talk about DJ Jones, do we? We've talked a lot about John Franklin Myers. We've talked a ton about Zach Allen. We've kind of forgot about. I've kind of forgot about DJ Jones.
He looks good, man. He's big. He's strong. He's excited to be here. And then he's also played with every single one of the free agents that has signed with the Denver Broncos this year, which I didn't know that. I think that's really cool. At one time or another, he's played with all of them. So he kind of vouched for all of them today. And I like that. I love the continuity that this team has. Like, that is really, really cool. You've re-signed everybody now on the offensive line and the defensive line.
Well,
I think that's huge.
Sean Payton did talk about that, Tyler, about how, I think the question was like about a maturity or something like that. And inevitably, you just stay together a little bit. You play as young guys. You've gone through the growing pains together. There is a benefit at the end of the rainbow, right?
Yeah, the continuity of the entire football team, I would say, is pretty strong right now. Not a ton of turnover. I mean, it feels like this has got to be one of the fewest amount of roster turnovers I've ever seen.
It's the fewest.
In one offseason.
There was a story that came out yesterday. 89% of the Broncos returned. That's the highest percentage
that's
in
nuts.
the entire NFL.
I have no idea what the average number is, but if I had to guess, I would say 70, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Sean did talk about we had the most turnover, and now because I guess he's
got his guys now.
That's where I was going. You got the guys you want, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to get rid of them if you like them. So he's got his team. It takes time, man, doesn't it? It is like painful to go through that process.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see a team like Pete Carroll with the Raiders, you really think they're going to turn it around like that? Or are they going to need a little time too? You know, when you get into your third year together, that's pretty good.
I don't think it's going to take the Raiders too long.
Okay.
I'm low key scared of that team.
All right. I just think there's growing pains with everybody until you get it going. But who knows?
Sure.
That doesn't mean there aren't good guys there and they couldn't turn it around.
You know what's going to be fascinating to me? First off, I fully expect the Broncos to sign J.K. Dobbins. Like if that doesn't get done, I will be surprised by it. Once he gets in the building, I think he's our day one starter. I think R.J. Harvey is now in a backup role.
What?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. I think J.K. Dobbins is your day one starter. Now, there's some things that go into it, and I don't know the exact specifics. We'll have to ask Jeff Legwold about this when we've got him on at 2. What time we got him at 2?
Yeah,
okay.
I believe so.
He was tender, so he's technically under contract by the Chargers right now. I don't know if you guys know that, but he was tendered, a low round tender, which means if we want to sign him, he's signed for like 1.4 or whatever out there in Los Angeles. And if we sign him, I believe it has to be over $3 million, and we got to give up a 7th round draft pick, I believe.
Okay.
So don't quote me on that. We'll ask Jeff about the specifics of it. But that's a pretty solid commitment to a dude. So I don't think you give over $3 million and a draft pick to a guy unless he's probably walking in here as the starter.
So J.K. Dobbins, Harvey, who's your third guy?
Depends on how fast RJ really is. He's listed as a 4.4 guy. I think he's really fast. I don't know if he's a 4.4 guy. I mean, if he's got the same speed as Jaleel, then you don't really need Jaleel on this football team. But if he's not, Jaleel's got one thing. He's got speed. And I think that's worthy of carrying on a team. But if RJ's got that, it might be Jaleel.
Okay. An estimate you keep because he's your battering ram and you drafted him and
I'm not sure.
Got to give him another year.
I mean, today specifically, I've seen estimate he was almost exclusively with Ellinger, Sam Ellinger. That's who he was with.
The threes.
Well,
it's just the threes.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I think Estime is in big trouble here, man. But I definitely could be wrong.
Oh, I think he's got his work cut out for him.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we're looking for, if Dobbins signs, you got some serious competition. It's going to be hairy.
I wonder if there's something underneath that Ellinger that Sean just does not like about it.
About Ellinger?
Yeah. No, about
Estime?
yeah.
It's you got to hold on to the ball. You got to trust him. I don't think they trust him. You don't play him in a playoff game. Why else wouldn't you play him?
He fumbled his first snap, game 1.
It's rough.
And 18 weeks later, talk about holding a grudge.
Yeah, man, I don't know. You tell me. Why do coaches trust guys and then they don't trust guys? Why do you trust running backs, Tyler, and sometimes you don't trust running backs? What is it?
That happened with Peyton Hillis with Josh McDaniels. Peyton just kept fumbling the ball, and he was a fan favorite. We all loved Peyton Hillis.
Mm-hmm.
He fumbled the ball, and I'll never forget it. We were down there in Oakland. We were down there on like the 4-yard line. He fumbled it again. Josh
Brutal.
pulls him to the sideline, says, "That's it. You're never playing again." And he pretty much didn't.
Did he say that to him?
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, you were fumbling around with the footballs.
God.
All right, Grizz. We're going to upload a bunch of stuff to YouTube and get it on the social media and the Twitter and the whole thing.
Did you fix it?
It got fixed. Somebody fixed it. Not fixed all the way, but it's fixed enough.
What are you talking about?
DMac broke YouTube.
Thank you, Grizz. Appreciate it. Yeah, YouTube's been wonky today. YouTube's had a rough day on YouTube.
That's
here.
DMac's baby.
That's my baby. Yeah. So my baby is. I'm gonna put baby in the corner. It's been a little bit of a frustration thing, but it's up and going now. We appreciate you watching, like and subscribe, all that sort of stuff. All right, cool. Any other ground to cover? We're going to have Leggy on at 2:00, but I'm happy to go over anything else you think we should touch upon from today.
Bo looks good. He does. He looks sharp out there. He looks in control. The third down period had some highs and had some lows. They started out really good, and then they kind of struggled. There's a lot of pressure coming off the left side because your left guard and your left tackle were not out there.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Stidham did not have much of an opportunity because he was getting forced out of the pocket quite a bit. Devon Bailey would be the guy that stood out the most to me over the first 2 days that I've seen.
Okay.
By far. I think he is a tall, physical guy that's made some tough grabs.
Okay.
But you looked great last year in training camp too, and then again,
Vele didn't. Vele would have like one good day after another.
Yeah.
But
His consistency was ridiculous.
He is firmly implanted with the starting wide receiver group.
Talk about a guy you trust. Like they trust Vele for the right reasons. Doesn't catch well. He did have a big drop late in the season, but in general, he catches the ball, doesn't really fumble it. Blah blah blah. We do have some NFL.
RJ Harvey's been pretty good out of the backfield. It seems like he's caught every ball that I've seen.
Okay. How's the wheel routes going?
Great.
How's Bo Nix looking?
we just said it looks pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, he's looking good.
He had,
All right.
he had YouTube on the brain. He was
No,
watching YouTube.
I'm sorry. I got this breaking news about Aaron Rodgers. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I do see something about Aaron Rodgers. You ready for Aaron Rodgers? Jerk update. He has told the Pittsburgh Steelers.
2 out of 3 in this room like Aaron Rodgers.
Do you really? Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys both like Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
I don't have anything against him.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think he's a weasel turd.
Why?
Oh, my God.
You keep
Really?
saying that.
Seriously? Like, there's so many reasons.
Oh, I can't find one.
Okay. I think he is a disingenuous turd
I'm
about
not
like
sure.
a bunch of things.
Yeah.
But whatever. You like him, you like him.
Yeah.
You like him with the Steelers because he has told Pittsburgh he's going to be there on Friday and sign before next week's minicamp.
Hindsight 2020, if the Steelers knew the plan all along, that what if Aaron just didn't want to have the drama that he had last year with the Jets when he was skipping out on OTAs and he was going to Egypt and doing all that? What if he told the Steelers all along, hey, I'm signing, but let's just do it later so that we can avoid this drama when I skip out on OTAs. That way we don't have to answer these questions about why I'm not here.
Yeah, that's fine. What a weasel turd move is to be with the team, sign for $50 million and plan a trip to Egypt and miss the mandatory minicamp and put your coach and the entire organization in a bad spot. That's a weasel turd move.
I mean, you ever had a chance to go to Egypt? You ever seen those pyramids?
You think Aaron Rodgers, on the cusp of a 6-week vacation, that was the weekend he had to go. Couldn't go the next weekend or any time after
You got
that.
a discount.
You check those flights?
Hey, man. If you guys like Aaron Rodgers, that's cool. I'll stay away from why I hate Aaron Rodgers, but but there's a lot of stories like that with Aaron Rodgers. Hey, best of luck with Pittsburgh. Have a great year with Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh.
Hey, I mean, put it this way: Aaron Rodgers is their best opportunity. There's no doubt about that.
Dude, I have no doubt they will have the 20th pick in the draft yet again, and they'll be a borderline playoff team. Ain't no doubt about it. Their future's going to blow, and they're not going to have a quarterback after this year. But be happy with the 20th pick, and we'll see what you can pick out in the draft. Do you see?
You get RJ Harvey.
You see what the Saints are basically doing now? They're just kind of rolling with the, accept the suck.
We'll see.
Let's tank without tanking.
They're still Kirk.
I'll be shocked if they make the move. I think they've accepted in a pretty deep quarterback class. This ain't going to be our year. We'll roll with Tyler Shough. We'll see what we got out of him. And we'll be okay having the first, second, or third pick in the draft next year. I mean, I don't know what. By the way, did you see what Derek Carr said?
What?
Derek Carr has made, $195 million in his NFL career. He did get $10 million as a roster bonus for 2025. He could have just stayed with the team and had surgery, where he would have collected another $20 million. And he has another year next year, so he could have had surgery, skipped the whole year, gotten paid, and he's got another like $37 million coming his way in 2026. He said he didn't feel right about taking the Saints' money, knowing that he had to have the surgery.
Yeah, that's not very smart.
Especially if he got hurt playing football.
I mean, I'm being serious. Who the hell does that?
Well, I thought immediately of you and what the conversations we've had about money and like who does it, and you say nobody's done it. He literally is doing it and saying out loud, I really just felt bad for the Saints. I've made a lot of money, so forget it.
So no weasel turn there.
I think Derek Carr is a pretty genuine dude. I think he was going to have surgery. He was going to have surgery.
And probably miss the whole year.
He was going to miss the year, but he could have.
So he's given back probably $40, $50 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Because he could have got paid this year for another 27.
Correct.
And then next year was 35. Who knows? He might have had a roster bonus last year.
Correct.
Or next year.
That is right.
That's insane.
Yeah, he's 20 this year, maybe 30. It's like $50 million more. Because he felt bad for the team.
If that story gets out.
Well, it's all over the place. It's like,
but I got to believe even Saints fans, even though they weren't, he wasn't the savior that they were hoping him to be, they've got to appreciate that, don't they?
I would think so. But who does that? Jake Plummer kind of did it. He had guaranteed money, I think, with the Dolphins or Tampa Bay? Was it Tampa? Tampa?
Like 11.
I don't think he felt bad for Tampa. He just didn't want to really play football anymore, but he gave up easy money. But not like this. He's not giving up $50 million.
Well, what makes this one weird is that, hey, technically speaking, I agree with Scott. Like, hey, you already earned that money because you got hurt playing football. It's not like you're walking away healthy. If you're walking away healthy, I could understand the moral dilemma there. Like, okay, I'm gonna give that money back. But hey, man, I got hurt. I can't play right now. I gotta rehab. I earned that money.
So you're shocked? You think he's stupid?
Yeah.
He could have played the system.
Oh, easily.
Could have played the system.
I mean, he did get $10 million for this year for not playing. He did get $10 million.
So now, by not being on roster, that other $20 million he would have gotten by being on the injured list.
Yes.
That doesn't go against their cap, right?
No, he retired. I think it all goes away.
That money frees up?
Yeah. So the Saints I think they're going to, we'll see with Kirk Cousins. Like that'll be interesting what happens with Kirk, right? Like maybe they will take a shot at him. Who knows? What other options do the Saints have at this point? I mean, that's kind of it.
Who's the starter?
Tyler Shough.
Yep. And Spencer Rattler is the backup.
Yeah. And then there's another guy I've never heard of before that's kind of there too.
Well, hell of an opportunity for Tyler Shough.
No kidding, right?
Drafted ahead of Shedeur.
It's kind of from all reports. So the reports are, by the way, a little mock drafty here for you, Scott. Deep quarterback class, at least 5 guys in the first round next year. However, the draft experts right now are not expecting Arch Manning to be part of the class. They are expecting Arch Manning to play 2 more years and not declare eligibility for next year. Because how much is Arch Manning making right now? What do you think? What do you think he's doing?
I don't know what to make of a report to be 4 seasons ever been played.
Okay.
He goes up.
Just telling you what the vibe is.
He has a Heisman Trophy year.
Right.
He might just like the college life, man.
Well, that's true too.
What do you think life is like for Arch Manning in Austin? Think life is pretty good? Think he's doing all right down there and everything you can do in college?
Well, I said Cooper Flagg made like $25 million this year.
It's crazy, right?
Playing basketball.
Yeah. Probably going over well at college parties. Like Jordan Hudson's probably giving him. Oh no, he's Duke. She's at North Carolina. I'm sorry. Don't want to cross over.
Jordan's two-timing, huh?
Well, would you be surprised? All right, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwold will join us after 2 o'clock. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on, CMAC, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case can be different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED, an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED impacts their sex life. The condition causes stress, anxiety, depression. Even worse, man's partner can blame themselves. Okay. Here is the solution. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment in 5 locations up and down I-25 from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I have actually a real life no dumb question that happened in the world of politics that has to do with sports. This is pretty unique. Like, we have an audio of a dumb question. So I guess in New York they have the running for mayor. They're having debates. And they actually asked about Thibodeau during a debate.
Get out of here.
You ready? Here we go.
Sweet thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe your reaction. We already heard this from one to the Knicks firing their head coach, Tom Thibodeau. Miss Adams, thumbs down. Mr. All
right, again, I gotta recap this. This is not this because it sounds like it's a sports show. This is not a sports show.
It's a mayoral debate.
It's a mayoral
for New York City.
That's right. But it sounds like it's right out of like just a around the horn sort of thing. So I'm sorry. Here we go.
Sweet thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe your reaction. We already heard this from one to the Knicks firing their head coach, Tom Thibodeau. Miss Adams, thumbs down. Mr. Thumbs down, thumbs down.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Our goal is to win the finals. Okay. It's not to get to the conference finals.
Thank you all for a spirited debate. That's all the time we have.
So what that was, they had 35 seconds to fill.
Right.
And a guy couldn't think of anything, right?
Let's have a little fun.
Yeah.
That's pretty fascinating.
That's pretty funny, huh?
They both gave the thumbs down?
Well, some dude, I don't know who it is. I have no idea who's running for mayor of New York City. But some dude was like, hey, are we just trying hard? Or are we winning championships around here? Like, what's okay around here?
I don't know. Did you balance the budget yet, Mr. Mayor?
I haven't seen one person think that this is a good idea. So I don't know what are you hearing about Thibodeau and that whole situation?
Absolutely nothing, honestly.
So why did he get fired?
Because he's a grouch.
Who did he insult? Leon Rose, the GM? Or he's really the president of basketball? Yeah. Dolan, the owner?
Probably Brunson, the assistant coach.
Wow.
Well, there was some report out there that Brunson is wearing really thin on all the players right now.
Well, yeah.
You're saying that dude's got some power? The assistant?
Well, I mean, they basically hired him for lead assistant other than, right before. In fact, the NBA looked at it and says, did you hire him to make sure your son signed as a free agent? So there has been some issues, yeah.
All right, no dumb question on Twitch. If the Browns cut Shedeur and he ends up in New Orleans, which I think is a better fit, does he automatically flip the fall in the draft to a win? I don't know. I guess they're saying, does he just change does he win for New Orleans?
Listen, he flips the whole thing in the draft. He becomes a starter, whether it's getting released or traded by Cleveland, whatever.
Well, he's not going to get cut. Let's just be very clear. Shedeur Sanders nor Dylan Gabriel will get cut this year. Next season, one of those two guys will be gone. This year, they're keeping them both.
I'm still standing by.
How's our snap count tracker going out there?
I don't know. I haven't really followed Brown stuff. It's fun to follow though. They're so into it. So who are your?
Can I say something? Do you not feel like the city and fan base is cheering for Shedeur?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like from just the social media posts
But that's what I said was going to happen with them because America loves a fall from grace and they love a redemption story.
I don't know if any team has had more social media video of their quarterbacks than the Browns. I mean, I'm seeing it. I'm watching Dylan Gabriel. He throws a pretty good ball, man. Like, I know he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he gets it right in there. I mean, in these practices, how do you separate one quarterback from another? If one dude's kind of spinning it well, there's no real pass rush. They're not playing in pads.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of clips of Shedeur, but they've all been 7-on-7 stuff, and he's looked good.
Right.
I haven't seen a whole lot of 11-on-11, though.
I don't know, man. I guess you're right. Like, I don't know what you're allowed to shoot. You're not allowed to shoot there in Cleveland. Everything I see from Dylan Gabriel is pretty good, too, but so is Shedeur. I mean, I don't know. But that might not even be their guy because they got Kenny Pickett as well as Joe Flacco. I'm sure they're throwing the ball well, too.
Well, the good thing is we looked at it the other day. Flacco's not making anything, like $3 million.
Nothing, no. And he's not going to be a mentor either.
Yeah, and I don't think that helps his case. I'm not sure there's anybody that would be ahead of those rookies that you wouldn't financially worry about cutting.
I have no idea what the benefit of Joe Flacco is on the Browns. Help me out here. Like
being a mentor? Oh, no.
No, right. He's not going to be a mentor. He's not going to be a long-term solution.
Does that change once he's not the starter? Like if he's no longer competing for the starting job, do you think who would be a better mentor, Kenny Pickett or Joe Flacco? If the decision's already been made,
probably Kenny Pickett. I have no idea. I don't know if Joe Flacco talks to people. He seems to be pretty popular amongst his teammates. He's all right.
When you're 41 years old, how do you relate to
no idea.
21-year-olds?
No clue.
He has kids that age. That's how.
He's got plenty of them.
The interesting thing is you got to maybe not here in this situation, but it seems like to me when you're 41 years old, you're a backup. Well, backups, especially they're veterans, mentor younger quarterbacks are ahead of them.
Yeah.
So in just by still playing at your age, you are a mentor. And now you're going to go out and maybe,
I don't know. Got me.
He's a weird dude. He was a weird dude when he was here.
He sure
was. I didn't cheer for him when he was here. And
really? Oh, you were never a Flacco fan?
No.
Why?
No, because they put him up on the stadium the year before in 13.
Okay. So you held that against him.
Yeah.
It was just weird.
Yeah.
Like, what is this guy doing here?
Yeah.
No, I'm with you.
And then they got crushed.
What was the storyline? I remember
because
that
they had something scheduled in Baltimore and they couldn't host the home game.
Oh, no. Well,
the defending champ's supposed to host the first game of the year at home.
Camden Yards and their football stadium, whatever it's called, share a parking lot. And they couldn't move the Orioles game.
Yeah.
That's why.
So we ended up getting the home game, but they got to have the banners on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, because they share a parking lot with Camden Yards, a baseball stadium.
That's the dumbest thing ever.
That is the reason.
How stupid is that on the NFL that they made the Broncos put up Ravens banners?
Oh, it was
insane. It was
crazy.
An
insane pushback.
Well, and then, how'd that game go?
They crushed them.
Oh, it was an awesome game. Payton threw for like 7 touchdowns. It was incredible. I got a fun one for you guys. Little trivia. Give me a quarterback known for kids, a lot of kids.
Phillip Rivers.
It's Phillip Rivers' son, who's a senior in high school. Have you seen some video on him?
Not really.
Dude's looking like that'll be an interesting guy to keep your eyes on coming to the college football season.
I think he's up to 11 kids.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm being serious. I think it's 11.
Yeah, so like,
and they're still rolling.
How many like football playing Jessies is he gonna like sort of?
Well, he's got a whole offense or a whole defense already.
Do you know who's favored to be the number 1 draft pick in the baseball draft this year? Is Matt Holliday's other son, Jackson Holliday.
Kid?
He's got 2 kids that can play.
No. What's that?
He had 2 kids that could play in high school.
With his first one, Jackson already was the number 1 overall. I forget. I think it's only 2 boys.
Okay.
But his second kid, they're talking like he's going to be the number 1 guy coming up here in the Major League Baseball.
Now, has this other kid dipped his toes to the majors yet?
Jackson's playing for the Orioles on like a regular basis. Oh yeah, he's like 19, 20 years old, something like that. He's a major leaguer. Yeah, I don't know how great he's doing, but he's there. Can you imagine, man? You've got 2 kids who are Eli and Peyton, right? I mean, it happens, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean,
how many brothers?
There you go. So how many kids could Phillip Rivers theoretically put into the NFL?
I don't know. Now I got to look it up. I thought he has 11.
I think you're right. It's something insane like that.
10
kids. How many boys? I mean, some got to be boys, right?
I'm sure there's plenty.
They're all going to play football. All right, yeah. Ethan Holiday. Look at that. Likely number 1 draft pick.
Shortstop, third base.
Crazy. Good for Matt Holiday.
Plays second.
All right, we got to take a quick break. Jeff Legwold tells us what OTAs were, behind-the-scenes stuff from OTAs from Leggy coming up next. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We had a question for Leggy that I really should have written down, and we said only Jeff would be able to answer it. And I totally forget what that question was. Do you remember? Oh, my God, Jeff. First of all, how you doing?
I had one for him.
No, but I swear.
Well, for a couple of hosts, it would be, how do you handle being the shortest guy in the room? I mean, that's only a question I could answer for Tyler and Scotty.
There was something. There was some.
I had one about J.K. Dobbins.
Oh, I think that was it. I think that's it. That is it. Go ahead.
Well, Jeff, just if you could clarify this for me a little bit. So J.K. Dobbins was tendered by the Chargers, correct? And I don't know what exactly that means. He's supposed to make 1.4. What do the Broncos have to give him? And if they do sign him, do they have to give up a draft pick as well?
To my knowledge, they don't have to give up a draft pick, but it is a weird sort of restricted free agency, old school tendering, but I think they only have to sort of match or beyond. And this tender, I think from what I looked at it, and it's been a bit, but I think it's right of first refusal for the Chargers. If they match, if they give them a raise, the Chargers can't do anything about that.
Okay.
That was it, though.
So in the tender Tyler thought was just like $1.5 million or something.
I think that's it. Again, it's been a minute since I looked at it, he obviously hasn't gotten the number he's wanted because, I mean, he's still out there, and taking a visit in June. So, but he was in the building at the end of practice today. So
is he the starter if they sign him?
To me, it looks a lot like you're replacing Javonte Williams with a similar player at this point. I mean, he had two really good games last year. His best game of the year may have been against the Broncos, and maybe that's what they're looking at. But the rest of the year, he averaged about 3.8 a carry. The rest of the season, he missed 4 with an MCL sprain. He's missed a season with an injury and missed all but 1 game with an injury in another season. So again, he's similar build to Javonte, probably a little more explosive at his best. But this looks to me like they're still concerned about third down at running back and who would play it, pass protection, all the rest of it. Mm-hmm. And they think this would help.
Why does Sean hate estimate?
I don't know. Hate might be a strong word, but again, I think, Scotty, this is all third down. They're pretty deep in the offseason program at this point. And, look, I know you can't grade pass protection without pads, but you can grade the choices players make and who they pick out, in the rush and those types of things. And this tells me there's still some discomfort from the head coach about what they do at running back on third down.
Jeff wrote a nice piece, kind of the off season of Bo Nix, the development of Bo Nix, and the relationship he has with Sean Payne at ESPN.com. What kind of thoughts did you have while you were putting that together, Jeff? What kind of observations kind of stood out to you?
Well, I think to me, you divide a quarterback into 2 different sort of developmental categories. One is just the football part, and one is how you handle the job. And I asked Elway once a long time ago, what was tougher in your career, doing the job or having the job? And he said, having the job, no contest. And I think, whatever Bo Nix needs to work on as a football player, throws he needs to make, choices he needs to make, what he sees from defenses, all that stuff is one thing. But I think the one big thing he has in his favor, no matter, what he can or can't do as a football player, I think one thing he has in his favor is a great self-awareness of where he is as a player, sort of as a person. I do think it's an important thing for young guys, especially a quarterback, to have that self-awareness. What good things that I did, are they really good? and what bad things were they really bad. He has a great self-awareness at a position where everyone's going to have an opinion about what you're doing. And I think those guys kind of make it over the long haul if he maintains that. And it's something his teammates talk about even privately, when they wouldn't have to say those things, but they do because it's real. And I think that's, I don't think, sometimes quarterbacks don't earn the respect of the locker room because they don't work hard enough. It's just a basic thing. The other guys want to see you work the hardest. And if you don't like that or don't think it's fair, because it's probably not, you shouldn't be a quarterback because that's what your teammates expect from you. And I think those two things are big things in his favor moving forward.
Feels to me like maybe the biggest standout of the 2 days that I've seen has been Devon Vele. Are you surprised at all how entrenched he seems to be with the starting wide receiver group?
No, I mean, he's reliable, Tyler. He's where he's supposed to be, and he makes contested catches. And that, quarterbacks love the guys who they can throw the ball, a little bit into traffic, and their guy's going to come down with it. That gets the quarterbacks to keep coming back to you. And I do think he had a good day today again. I think Hufanga has stood out in some of the stuff I've looked at too. But offensively, Vele's been, and I think Vele and Mims have really shown they came into this offseason program with some intent to show, like, hey, you can draft all the people you want. We
ain't going nowhere. Hey, staying with the offensive side of it, it surprised us a while ago. We looked it up. They were 10th in scoring last year. They averaged 25 points a game. I don't know if that surprised you or if you already knew that. But second of all, do you see this team adding to that number for this upcoming season?
I think what they need more of, Scotty, and they get it for the first score in the playoff game, but they need more explosive scoring.
Yeah.
They're a good team when they're better at most teams going the proverbial long way, 80 yards in 8 plays, they need a little less of that. And, a little more defense gets them a turnover and they turn it into a touchdown 3 plays later. They need more of that type of scoring.
That's the foot on the throat. Like, we're just going to take you out right now. And then we can play a little defense and just grind it out.
Well, that's what, and go back to my days calling the games with Elway. If they got a turnover, Shanahan was going to try to bury you in the next 2 plays.
No, it was that was Mike's big. And, he took that from Bill Walsh. The quick change is your opportunity to really, say you scored the series before, you can have a 14-play swing, a 10-play swing in a matter of just, 2 game minutes. And they just need more of that. They can't keep, grinding out long drive after long drive. And, I don't think that's how you win the biggest games. Is you got to have that component where you can take the other guy's mistake and just turn it into something.
Well, it's similar to basketball. Points off turnovers is a huge NBA stat.
When the Nuggets struggled, that was the big thing.
So if you turn it over, okay, if you can minimize it, but points off turnovers, and never mind impactful points, like Jeff just said. Like if it takes the wind out of you. Watching the Broncos offense back in the day with Elway, it took your breath away.
Yeah.
And I think Jeff. Golly, man, when was the last? I guess Peyton Manning had some of that, right? We had some of that back in 2013, right?
Oh, they would turn it quick, 2014, 2013 especially. They were coming after you if they got the turnover.
But that's not only the athletes you need to be able to do that. That's the mentality you have to have.
Yeah.
And maybe a little tougher, going back to give Bo a little credit, maybe a little tougher for a rookie to really grasp a hold of it. Maybe that's one of the things we see now in growth and in Bo Nix is, okay, you are a veteran. You talked about it a while ago, Jeff. He's a lot more calmer. It's a different type of mentality. He's out there working hard. Then now all of a sudden now he goes, you know what? I ain't fighting for a job. I got the job. Here we go.
Well, Jeff wrote about it too. Like, hey, man, you did go to those Avs games and the Nuggets games and throw out the first pitch. Blah, blah. You know what? You ran for mayor and won. He did. in the offseason. Never mind winning on the football field, too. Like, I think, Jeff, I think Bo Nix has all the authority with this team that it's his team.
I think everybody assumes that. I mean, you're talking to guys who signed here in free agency, and they're talking about Nix as being one of the 5 or 6 components. Obviously money is a big component, but, they talk about Bo Nix being one of those 5 or 6 things that, were on their list as, a long-term quarterback solution type thing. But, some of it's just, you're always drilling a rookie quarterback. Don't make a mistake. Don't make a mistake. That's not conducive to explosive plays in the moment. So some of that is the coaches as well, giving them sort of the green light. If you see it in those situations, take the big bite of the apple, as it were.
All right, Jeff. Great job as always. Anything else from today that stood out? Anything else we should know before we let you go?
You mean any non-Aaron Rodgers news? No, I mean, I just think you can tell this team had one of the most, the highest percentage of roster retention from last year in the league, because it's been a very smooth, type practices when we've been out there. And I've been told a lot of the other workouts have been the same. You can tell this team is, he brought this group back because he feels good about it.
I know when we're getting to, hey, how was it having Peyton Manning out here and flag football questions in 2028? We're running out of steam, Jeff, with a little bit of questioning.
Press conference.
Yeah. So, but that's okay. What's your best?
What was that one? I must have been walking to the car.
Which one?
The flag football question.
That was like one of the last questions.
Yeah, it
was football. What do you think about play? When is that? It's 28.
Oh, okay.
It was officially,
I don't think it's been decided.
It was officially question 17. I was jotting them down. Jeff, we hit flag football question at question 17 today, and actually, Sean did have a funny answer. He goes, "I'm more focused on Friday than football in 28." So we can roll with him on that one. Jeff, what's your best guess? They going to have a final day of minicamp, or are we just going to cut it short after 2 days and call it a day until call it summer break a day early? What do you think?
History says he's having a final day, so that I'll side with that right now as far as percentages. If it was Mike Shanahan, I'd say they're going Bowlen 100%, but I think they have a final day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
You bet.
It's Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. It's a little boring out there. I mean, it's football, so it's fun. It's all good.
It is a little bit boring. Being out there the last couple days that I've been allowed to, you walk away and you're kind of like, well, what's the main takeaway? I'm not sure. Normally you've got some intriguing battles that you're paying attention. You're seeing, okay, which of these two guys looks better. I think that's a good thing that we've got as much continuity as we have. Although there is a small part of me that feels like, really, we've already got everything we need? We got no competition going on?
Well, inside linebacker?
I mean, I guess let's talk about it. If there were places that we could have competition, well, we're good on the O-line. We don't need any competition there.
Done.
We're good on the D-line. Don't need any competition there.
Nope.
Love Dre Greenlaw. Maybe you could have competition at your other inside linebacker spot.
Is Singleton going to come back healthy? Will Drew Sanders assimilate there?
That might be a low-key battle going on.
Right.
I mean, they seem to talk up Drew Sanders enough, right?
Right.
Secondary, no battle. Well, maybe a little bit. Just the intriguing storyline is how do you fit Janae Barron in
with McLaughlin,
with Moss?
Oh, okay, right.
Wait, what were you thinking?
Yeah, well, oh God, am I forgetting his name? Not Jaleel, not Riley Moss. Who's our McLaughlin, right?
The guy that kept getting burned?
McMillan. Jaquan McMillan. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. What do you do with Barron and Moss, right? I guess.
But
where does McMillan fit in there? But I mean, really, this is first world problems here.
Yeah, the only things I could think of, if you sign J.K. Dobbins, that'll be interesting between him and R.J. Harvey. It's Alex Singleton, Drew Sanders. That's about it, man.
Well, but listen,
yeah. Depth battles. I mean, we're talking about your third safety. I mean,
how far have they come since Sean Payton's first year? That's the big story.
Unbelievable.
And how much turnaround the two Paytons were able to put in the last 2 seasons to where you get here now. You go, we like this team. Let's just reinforce it. Remember, listen, go back during that stretch when they had 8 years, 9 seasons, whatever it was, without making the playoffs. They had no talent, but they had no depth either. I mean, and you got 2 or 3 guys there. Didn't one of those years, Tyler, they went through like 8 different offensive linemen starting, and they were rotating guys in.
Well, 2015,
Ryan Harris was
playing
talking
10
about
guys.
coming back. I mean, it was so bad.
I mean, unless we're going to have a free agent, go out to Shotgun Willie's while he's hurt and get into some sort of gun battle going down I-25, it's shaping up to be a relatively boring offseason. That happened last year. That was crazy, right?
A year ago. That's right.
That was insane when you think about it. But, that was during the season too. And I don't know, man. It's pretty settled. I think it's good news and bad news. There's not a lot of sizzle to talk about. Nobody's getting in trouble. Nobody's.
Well, we got the 6-week period here in another week comes up where
that's usually when it comes.
The front office holds their breath.
I mean, Vic's hosting a home run derby down there at Coors Field this afternoon with a bunch of them.
Oh, is Vic hosting that?
Vic, of course. He's
what's our lineup? We should put some betting odds on that.
What doesn't he host? I don't know. I think
Garrett Bowles usually dominates that, doesn't he?
He could.
Oh, yeah. He's not here today.
Do you get to go to recess if you're not in school? I mean,
Yeah, you do.
You probably do.
Good call right there. I can remember my dad goes, she missed school tomorrow. I want to get back for lunch. And I go, why lunch? Because there's recess right after.
I don't know who's in it. We could have Vic. Was Vic out there at training camp? He was out there for a little bit.
He was. He had to leave to go do something else, but he was out there.
Hey, see if you can't track down Vic. That might be cool. I don't know who's even hitting home runs today.
We should get some betting odds on it.
Yeah. See if you can't track down
Vic.
Where
are they doing the home run?
Coors Field.
I thought the Rockies were home.
Off day, baby. I haven't mentioned the Rockies all day. Like I could. Kind of sad that I don't have Rockies to talk about. I don't know what to do with myself. I didn't have them last night. We had the game earlier in the day.
Oh, I tell you what.
I don't get them tonight.
What a great game 1 in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Unbelievable game. You know what? We'll get into all of it in a little bit, as well as Let's Football Go with Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner. Yeah, see if you can get Vic on. We can preview what the hell they're doing down there.
Or Draisaitl.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, just go to the best dealership with the best prices, with the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. Once you buy your first car, you're going to have a relationship for life, and buying cars in the future is going to be easy because you got people that you know, that you trust, that you love, and you know you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at the best price. Guys, at Phil Long, they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams and you're going to get the best price. They lock those vehicles in at incredible rates so that you, the customer, you get to save the money directly into your pocketbook. Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure to remember to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Ain't no lie on that one, that's for sure. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, busy football day. What's going on?
Yeah, let's hear from the newest tight end for the Denver Broncos, Evan Ingram. He spoke at OTAs today. There's been a lot of talk about, is Bo Nix the type of quarterback that can now attract free agents to the Denver Broncos? Here's Evan Ingram on his thoughts on Bo Nix. He has a relationship with Davis Webb. Here's why he chose Denver.
Yeah, I mean, from afar, I paid attention to the Broncos. Me and Davis Webb had a really good relationship. We got drafted together in New York, and so even just watching and supporting him, I was always really observant of Bo Nix. And just the kind of, obviously as a rookie, kind of slow start last year. He's learning the game, but once he turned it on, you can see it all over the tape. And so, flying around for the visits, got to download some games on the laptop and watch some film. And, the potential is through the roof. And even better is just the way he is as a man, as a worker, as a leader. It's been really great to get to know him on and off the field. I just love the way he approaches each and every day. I love the way he, builds relationships with his teammates. I had lunch with him on my visit here, so he made it a point to be here and meet me. And even at lunch, I was able to just kind of listen to his process and things that he's working on. And just really impressive young guy.
Okay, so there's Evan Ingram on Bo Nix, said they had lunch. I didn't realize this. He was drafted in New York with Davis Webb, so there's another reason as to why Evan Ingram could have chosen the Denver Broncos. But, guys, Evan was also asked, is there any pressure on him because the Broncos haven't had a really productive tight end since, Julius Thomas back with Peyton Manning?
It's been a minute.
Do you guys think that Evan Ingram can be that next really productive tight end for the Broncos?
They're hoping so. Can he? He's got to stay healthy, I guess, Tyler.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect out of Evan Ingram. Listen, he's had some tremendous years.
They've very good years. He's had amazing plays. Including
in Jacksonville. 2 out of his 3 years in Jacksonville were really, really good. He had 2 seasons ago. He had 963 yards. Let's see, how many touchdowns? 4 touchdowns. The year before that, 766. Last year was a down year because he was hurt. Had 365. I don't think we're going to have a 1,000-yard season out of Evan Ingram. If that's what the expectation is, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are very disappointed. A realistic expectation for Evan Ingram, give me 600 to 750 yards, give me 5 to 6 touchdowns, and I'd call that success.
Well, it couldn't be much worse than what they got out of tight ends last year, right? That was a disaster for him if you look at the tight end numbers.
He's got a match what they all did.
Yeah, exactly. What did the Broncos even have for receiving yards for tight ends last year? Did they even have 500 yards in total?
I think it'd be close, yeah.
Something like that. So,
and we are paying him a pretty healthy amount of money, though. So
yeah. I think the expectation should be reasonably high for him. But I also see it. I don't see it more than a 2-year deal, which is why when the Broncos decided not to draft a tight end like that,
I think it literally is a 2-year deal, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. And then that's probably all he's got left in him that's of that value. The only tight end they drafted was Caleb Lohner, who's kind of a,
shot in the dark.
Right. We'll see. Listen, this was a trust the organization draft. And nobody's going to argue that Barron is a great athlete and, could make sense as, who doesn't want to have great athletes on your team? But you gave up on 3 tight ends, a couple of receivers, and higher rated running backs because of that decision.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Troutman, 188. Kroll, 152.
Yeah.
Adkins, 115.
Yeah.
Dolchich, 28.
We're not even going to get to 500, are we?
No. Yeah, you
combined
barely over 400.
Yeah. So
right. So you give me a 600-yard season.
It's going to be all right. How many touchdowns in there too? Do you see that?
Yeah, let me find the touchdowns.
Because you want to get a few touchdowns there.
All right, here we go.
5 or 6 maybe. That'd be amazing.
Troutman,
right?
2. Kroll, none. Adkins, 3.
Okay. All right.
Dolchich, none.
5. So if you got 600 yards,
where is Greg Dulcich? Anybody know where in the world? Where's Waldo?
I want to say Giants.
I don't know.
He did sign with the Giants last year. I'm
Didn't
not sure
he?
if he's still there. I can
Yeah. I don't know if he's still on the team, but I thought so. Yeah.
You can pair up with
Giants.
Russell. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they pair him with Russell Wilson. That could be the Jackson Dart show very easily in New York. We'll see.
I bet Jackson Dart starts day one.
It would make a hell of a lot more sense.
He's still with the Giants.
Still with the
Greg
Giants?
Dulcich.
All
Yep.
right. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, we've talked a lot about Marvin Mims coming into year 3. What kind of role will he have? But let's talk about the year 2 wide receivers for the Denver Broncos. Devon Vele, and specifically here, guys, Troy Franklin, the 4th-round pick out of Oregon, former teammate of Bo Nix. What is Sean Payton's expectations for Troy Franklin in year 2?
Well, listen, there've been you haven't been able to see all the plays, but there've been a number of explosive plays. He can run, and I would say a strength of his is ball in hand after the catch. He can run after the catch, so he's doing well.
Guys, what would be a good second season for both Devon Vele and Troy Franklin year 2 under Sean Payton?
You need some explosive plays out of Troy Franklin. I'd be more concerned about that than total catches and yards. How many explosive plays? How can he impact the game and stretch the defense? That's what I would like to see.
Well, it's not going to be hard to improve on his first year. That was a bad year.
It was.
It was a rough year. 263 yards.
And that's in how many games, though?
All of them.
He played all 17 games.
He wasn't hurt.
I don't think so. I'm trying to think if he was a healthy scratch for any of them. I don't know. I'm not sure. How many games plays?
Says 16 games.
Wow. So just one game. Or are they? Does that not even count? So one game. And
one game, maybe he was a healthy scratch, maybe he was hurt, I don't know.
And if they include the playoffs, maybe that's 2 games in total. But the vast majority of the season. And
yeah.
he of course had one explosive play, which was in the playoff game against the Bills. You need more than that, though. It just seemed like they could not get on the same page, him and Nix. Like it was frustrating because it felt like there were moments that was there. They just couldn't connect on for whatever reason.
I don't think it was all on Troy Franklin. I think Bo Nix played his role in that. Coach Mike has talked about this a lot. When Bo throws the deep ball, he redlines it, right? And so when you throw the ball to a guy like Troy Franklin, you want to throw a Russell Wilson type of moon ball. Just put that sucker up there, let it have enough hang time that the dude can catch up to it.
Okay. All right, well, hopefully better because it can't be much worse. Last story, Dan, go for it.
All right, DMac, this is for you because former Raiders GM Tom Telesco was on a podcast recently.
This guy's a moron.
And they asked him, did you consider moving up in the 2024 draft to take one of the 6 quarterbacks that were taken in the first round? This is a long clip, so I kind of cut it down. But in the beginning, he talks about just how depleted the Raiders roster was. So that was part of the decision-making. They didn't want to give up future assets to go get a quarterback, but he does mention 2 quarterbacks in here that may have been worth trading up for.
So, because we had taught like Jaden Daniels, that one would have been easy, and that's an easy one. But then when we got into the JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix, as far as trading up for those guys, that I was not as much into trying to trade up for one of those quarterbacks to give up that many assets, because we're going to have to give up a lot of draft picks. We need as many as possible to build up the team. So that would have been a hard move to make, to trade up for one of those quarterbacks. Bo Nix, a little bit, his background of work, his durability, his movement skills, that one was interesting. And he's gone to the perfect team. That would have been a good possibility.
Okay, so we were wondering after the draft, would the Raiders have taken Bo Nix if he was there at 13? Because a lot of people were questioning, the Broncos may have been able to move back and still selected Bo Nix. But Tom Telesco basically just said that they were interested in moving up possibly for either Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix.
I saw more of this interview. He's another one of these GMs who said, well, we want to build the team and then put the quarterback in. And I'm like, wow, dude, you really don't get it. You don't have time to do that. Either you got a guy or you don't, and you can't choose when you suck. But his whole concept was like, oh, yeah, Jaden Daniels, but none of the other guys were worth it. Well, who's to say you're going to be around to make those decisions, bro?
He also just said that Bo Nix would have been interesting. That was the interesting one, though.
I don't fully agree with DMac on the if you need a quarterback, it's the only way to build a football team. I think you can build a football team and you can get the quarterback later. And I think you do have to make choices on if you like a quarterback or not. If you like Jaden Daniels, then yeah, go do what you got to do to get him. It's as simple as that. I've always agreed with you on this. If there's a guy that you like, move heaven and earth to go get that guy. I think the Raiders are going to be a fascinating case study this year.
I do too.
They might be that team that built the football team and then they found the quarterback later.
Hey, I got you.
And they're going to plug it in with Geno Smith. And all of a sudden they look pretty dangerous.
But guess what they did? They fired him. He doesn't have that job anymore. Like, he had his opportunity and he didn't. Who's to say you're still going to have a job, dude? Like, so you might be right. They may be developing in another way, but they're doing it without him, and they're doing it without their coach. And this is this is why NFL guys and teams overvalue these quarterbacks, because there's no patience in the NFL to do it this way, as they have in other sports.
Well, they're going to come out with a new coach this year. Pretty solid quarterback in Geno Smith.
Yep.
The best tight end in football and the best running back in the draft this year.
Yeah, and they got Jacoby Myers, who had over 1,000 yards last year.
I'll give you.
That could be an interesting team. This
Sure,
year.
of course, but without their coach and their GM. Because okay.
Why are you worried about those two guys?
I'm not worried about it all.
The Raiders.
I'll just tell you, this is the way it works. And like, what owner out there is okay in the NFL with your team winning 4 games? And, hey, everybody's good, and we'll see you next year because we're developing things the right way.
I don't know. So you say the right thing to do is to just protect yourself?
If you care about your job, if you want to win in the NFL, if you want to be around.
I guess I would like to think if I was GM that I had the job security to do the right thing for the football team and not for myself.
Well, that's what Telesco is trying to do and how to work out for him.
Well, that shows you more about Mark Davis.
It shows you the nature of the NFL. Like the New Orleans Saints, how many games are they going to win this year? As constituted, say they don't get Kirk Cousins. How many games do you think they're winning?
5.
Not many.
If they win 5, it'll be a miracle. Tyler Shuck's their quarterback, dude. Tyler Shuck. Now, listen, they got some bad luck. Derek Carr, who they paid a ton of money to, got hurt, and you didn't see that, and you can't anticipate that. But I bet you anything, their coach and GM, do you think they get to have a 3-win season and be around next year, even though everything is stacked against them? Well, I mean, we'll see. But I'll be surprised. That's the way it goes, man. I don't know. Listen, I'd like to see it'd make way more sense for NFL teams to draft quarterbacks in the 3rd round, have to pay them less, and develop other big-time talent. What team is going to be bold enough to actually do that? Who's going to do it?
The Saints.
Well, you're right. You're right. And we'll see how it goes with
the Browns.
Saints. The Browns are fascinating right now. But they also gave all their money to Deshaun Watson. So they felt like we don't really have a choice right here.
Well, they had a choice. They could have selected Shedeur Sanders at number 2.
Sure. They could have. We'll see what happens to the Browns. They're going to be a fascinating story. Hey, we're going to have Vic Lombardi to preview his the home run derby, what's going on there at Coors Field. Did you guys catch the hockey game last night? Did you watch?
I watched a lot. No, I watched third period on.
It wasn't a good game. It was a great game.
Yeah.
Great game.
And it ends in overtime at, 19, 20, like all but 30 seconds of the game, the overtime
The
left.
overtime was breathtaking.
Yeah.
And then it comes down to one of them stupid, delay a game. You flip the puck and it's a delay of game. That's a weird, costly penalty.
The one that the officials can't turn their head from, you got to call it.
There's no debate about it.
Like a tripping or a cross check, you might swallow a whistle.
Dude does it. There's no choice but to call the penalty. I think it's overly punitive for what you're actually doing. I mean, I don't know, man. A penalty? Anyways. And then the game's decided. It's McDavid. Beautiful saucer pass to Draisaitl. One-timer. Like, it's your 2 stars that finish you off in inside Rodgers' place, which was going bananas. Like, everything you could possibly want in an unbelievable game, that game had.
Does Rodgers' place feel like a college atmosphere?
Well, I've been there. I've been lucky enough to be there. And, yes.
It looks pretty cool.
Like, they don't have to put T-shirts on the seats.
Right.
Everybody knows what to wear there. Up there. And it's an unbelievable facility. There's 2 other full-time rinks in that building. Because they have like a junior and a college team play there, and then they have their own practice rink. 3 rinks. And you should see their locker rooms. Because it's brand new. It's like 5 years old. It's unbelievable. And the sun sets at like 10:30. Then you have fentanyl zombies walking around the streets of Edmonton outside of it. They've got that outdoor plaza. They built an outdoor plaza on purpose so fans can come down there and watch the game outside of the stadium.
Because that would be fun watching outside in that weather.
Well,
in June.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine now.
Nice in June.
And they don't care. They're from Edmonton, dude. They're used to being cold. Doesn't bother them at all. They're out there for all of it.
I'm kind of cheering for them, by the way.
I am too.
Thank God Dick Montfort did the same thing for the Rockies. Thank God Dick Montfort built McGregor Square because that was DMac's favorite thing he's ever done. And I'm just so grateful that we got McGregor Square.
So you can watch all the games right outside.
Like, thank God we got that.
Have you ever watched? I've watched games in that grass plaza sort of food court thing. It's pretty awesome.
More awesome than having a baseball team?
No, but it's pretty awesome. Not more, though. And I don't know if it was done at the expense. I don't think they're not a cheap team. That is not why they're failing. It's not because of money.
Well, at least he's good at real estate.
He is good at that. I'll give you that. Tonight, Oklahoma City is a 9.5-point favorite, Scott. Are we about to see a very boring NBA Finals?
I got the Pacers winning.
I think it's going to be a great series.
Pacers going to win. They're going to win in 6.
Pacers winning the series would be a huge upset.
I know. And I actually really believe that.
Well, that would be exciting. If it gets to 5 games, I'll be shocked.
Well, on one hand, I'd like to see it be a quick one so then we can all say, well, the only time they were tested in the playoffs were the Nuggets.
They're 8-1 at home. The one
should have been 8-2.
Okay, well.
Look, that's a team playing. All I know is
5.
that's a team playing with urgency. That's a team playing with resilience. That's a team that can shoot a 3-ball. I like them.
You're pulling for the Pacers.
Absolutely. I don't hate Oklahoma City, though. I wish I did. I feel like I should hate Oklahoma City, but I don't.
No reason.
I don't either.
Why would you?
I kind of like them, too. I like them.
What's to hate about them?
I like the Pacers, too, kind of. I look forward to the series.
Okay. Hopefully it's exciting.
Yeah.
But
I hope we see 128, 122 games.
You know what both those teams have that the Nuggets could only dream of?
What's that?
Shooting?
Well, yes, but bench. Both of those teams have got a bench.
I hope it's a great series, too. And last night's hockey was actually kind of like, okay, that's awesome. And that there's not any conflicting dates with the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Final. Okay, you kind of got me a little bit here. Like, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I wasn't in to start the game, and Florida was up 3-1. I'm like, boring.
Yeah.
And then I'm watching. I'm like, no, you got me.
3-2.
I turned it on.
Yeah. And then they tied up 3-3.
That was exciting. Then I watched the entire overtime, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm rooting for freaking Edmonton. I'm rooting for Connor McDavid and Draisaitl. Why am I rooting for Connor McDavid?
Because you want MVPs to win a championship.
I guess I do. But I don't hate Florida either. I'm looking at Brad Marchand. I like that guy too.
You want the best players in the sport to win a championship.
I like Tkachuk too, even though I know people hate his guts. Matthew Tkachuk's a cool player. He's an American player.
He's got a couple.
Remember when we used to love the Tkachuks? When they beat the crap out of Canadians?
We loved them in January, didn't we?
All right, we check in with Vic in previewing the Home Run Derby. Okay. Also, Nate and Andy, who are both out there at training camp at OTAs. That's coming up next. All right, so Vic's calling us, if he does call us. All right. Yeah, Vic's hosting some sort of home run derby. Oh, I'm plugged in over here.
And they're having it like at night, like in the evening?
Yeah, I'm a little sketchy on the details. I think so.
Is it for charity or something?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a charity thing.
Why didn't they have Muggles out there?
I don't know. They're having a bunch of Broncos.
I think there are
Muggles versus the Broncos.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm sure.
Oh, you know what I got asked to do? You guys in on this? I got asked to do.
I'm in.
Yes,
Good.
Absolutely.
A Special Olympics deal.
Okay.
It's at the airport. They want me to put together a team of altitude sports personalities.
Okay.
Where we pull a plane. We got to pull a plane.
That's funny.
And we'll have Special Olympic stars with us and everything. They'll be on our team. But we'll go compete against other people. Are you guys in?
Our team of plane pullers would be pretty good if you get the right people.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be useless.
Last time I lifted something heavier than I was supposed to, I tore an Achilles. So,
oh, really?
Right
so you're out?
No, you're going to crush
it's
it.
Scary. I do have a Special Olympic story.
Well, I mean, just on this really quick, who's your ideal plane pulling team from here?
Well, I think it would be as many people as we could possibly get, to be clear. I think it takes a few people
Well, I
to
think
pull
we
a plane.
we get Big Rob and Little Rob. You get them on. You get some anchors.
Tyler, myself.
Tyler.
Hold on. I mean, it's not tug of war. Okay.
Oh, how far you got to pull it?
I
So
mean,
what
just to be
matter-
clear,
wait,
I'm
what-
not sure an anchor matters if we're pulling. This is about strength. It's not tug of war. They're not pulling us.
Gotcha.
Now, Big Rob might be the plane that
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm thinking tug of war.
If he can hold
You're
the
right.
rope-
I'm thinking tug of war, not pulling a.
But
All right.
Rob-
Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Rob can hold the rope and lean forward and fall, get it
That would be
started,
helpful.
and then we take off.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, between the two of you, how about Lindahl out there? He's
Andy-
like,
Andy-
Andy's got.
he's an ox.
Andy's got. See, like I work out every day, but Andy's got just
Crazy,
freakish
right?
old man
Dad
strength.
strength.
What do you
Yeah.
think, Sanford? Sanford's no weak lily. He'd be fine. He'd be good. How about Kaner? Kaner's got to have some muscles there. He's got young muscles.
Yeah.
Cater's the only show where the host may do it, and other than that, it's always the sidekicks.
Yeah, I mean, you could leave me, Moser, and Vic on the sidelines and pom-poms. I
And
mean,
Nate.
you know. Kreckman, yeah, he'd be with us in pom-poms too.
August 23rd. Are you guys in or not?
I mean, if you want me, but like, I don't.
I'm inviting you,
My
yes.
answer is yes. And, you know, I think I'll be a observer more than a participator, but, you know, I'm happy to be there.
Listen, I don't think it's the most competitive thing in the world, although I do want to win.
Oh, you got to win. Who we be competing against?
Other
Media outlets?
I think so.
Oh, well, then we want to win.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying yes. My answer is yes, but let's put a real team together and win. We should win.
Yeah.
I mean,
do we want to do starting lineups versus other stations?
you know, I like our odds.
We've already won that too.
Yeah. We continue to win.
Yeah, we'll continue. So you want my I had a Special Olympics moment a couple nights ago.
What happened?
3-4 nights ago. Went to Karate Kid with my family.
How was that?
It's actually really good.
Boy, Ralph Macchio is
I
boy.
think I'm protesting that.
But Jackie Chan's
like-
in it. No,
I did what was the series called? Cobra Kai. I did Cobra
Yeah.
Kai for 2 or 3 seasons.
I
and
was
I'm
good
like,
until
enough.
the Karate Kid fight in the school was.
Where they're jumping off balconies and people are like dying. And
well, that
yeah.
was like the second year. They almost paralyzed the kid or something.
Yeah.
All right, we do have Vic on. Well, what was your moment?
The fight scenes are better.
Okay.
But Jackie Chan's involved, and so it's a lot better. So I'm going to the restroom. I think after the show, and I hear a voice. He goes, "How tall are you?" And I went, and I thought it was a younger person. And I said, "I'm not looking over. I'm 6'10".
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. There's a young man there, younger than me, so everybody's a young man, and we start talking. Turns out I coached him when he finally realized what my name was.
Knows you right away.
And also he got excited. Now we're in the hallway, and he's all excited. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I coached him at a Special Olympics basketball camp with the Nuggets, like in 94, 95.
Wow.
And he goes, "Can you meet my dad? Can you?" I go, "Sure, yeah." He was right here. So I follow. I get my family. I tell them what we're doing. Long story short, I go out in the parking lot. His dad was there waiting to pick him up.
Okay.
The young man's now 46.
Okay.
So we figured it was like 94, 95 when I was doing some stuff with Special Olympics. And I remember a basketball camp once. and he's showing me the defensive stance, how I showed him to do it.
Still
He said,
remembers.
got one hand down
Got
here,
it
one
down.
hand up there. So we shared emails, and
That's awesome.
And yeah, so the kid remembered it from.
That's cool.
It had to be 20 some years ago.
Yeah, we do have a stupid job, but the impact can
Can
actually
be rewarding sometimes.
Can be.
Yeah.
Vic Lombardi on with us. Speaking of a stupid job, what are you doing tonight?
Scotty, I thought that story was going to go elsewhere. I thought it was going to be some random guy in the bathroom who looked at you and said, "Dad?"
Yeah. Yeah.
What you got a charity thing going tonight though? I'll give it a little shine. What are you doing?
At Coors Field for Celebrity Home Run Derby. UC Health is sponsoring this. They do it every year, and it's a bunch of Broncos players and some content creators. A couple of them I've heard of, a couple I have not. But anyway, I think it's like 12 dudes who are going to be participating. The Broncos, Cortland Sutton, Alex Singleton, Marvin Mims, Adam Troutman, Will Lutz, a host of others. So a bunch of Broncos are going to be there trying to hit bombs.
Well, Sutton, I bet you Sutton hits at least 2 out, like period.
You think so? I was wondering who would be the favorite. I have no idea. I did this actually, DMac, like 4 years ago.
How'd you do?
I did not hit a ball out of the infield.
It didn't.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it. Like, that can't actually be that easy to hit it out of the park.
Oh, no, it's not easy at all.
Tyler.
No, wait, Ty,
It was a ground ball.
Hold on. You said you couldn't even dribble one to the outfield grass?
Oh, no. I got him to the outfield, but everything was a ground ball. I would hit like liners.
In the air.
I couldn't lift the ball.
You couldn't get a ball in the air from home plate to the outfield.
DMac, I can't get up. I couldn't get up.
I got you.
You're hitting stingers.
He's hitting dribblers. He can't swing a bat. Vic's a pretty good athlete too, and in really good shape. But swinging a bat is a weird little skill, man. It is a odd little skill, and there's plenty of dudes who are out of shape. You see them in softball all the time who can just. Mm-hmm. It's kind of crazy what you can do hitting a ball. It has nothing.
I totally agree with you.
It's a weird skill that almost has nothing to do with fitness. However, if you're also fit and you have that skill,
well, you got to have your hips. Your hips got to be able to move a little.
But
bit
I think Cortland Sutton may be the. You know who might be interesting is Will Lutz.
Yeah, that's who I was
Will
thinking.
Lutz may be interesting on that.
I said this on my radio show this morning. The mechanics of kicking are similar to the mechanics of hitting a golf ball, and the guys laughed at me.
I heard Brett say it was the worst take you've ever had. I saw that.
It's not the worst take. It's very serious. You have to get your hips through either way.
But you are arguing with a minor leaguer.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I never played in the minors.
We'll see who wins this thing tonight. I have no idea.
All right, so can people go to this? Can like human beings like actually watch this?
Yeah, you can. Tickets are for sale, and all the money goes to Freedom Service Dogs to help, of course, our veterans with PTSD and all that business. So they'll be on hand.
Very cool.
So money is going to be raised, and I can't wait to be a part of it. I was honored and, to be honest, very flattered to hear that I get to MC this sucker. So I think they just want me to razz the guys as they dribble the ball to first base.
You don't get to do a swing?
I don't think I want to put myself out there, Scott. I already humiliated myself 4 years ago when I did it.
Yeah.
So I don't want to do it again. I say, hey, I'm not DMac thinking I can hit a ball off a college softball pitcher. I'm not that.
It's really not that hard, Vic. It's not that hard of a thing to do. The vast majority, it's just not that big of a deal. And never mind taking batting practice at Coors Field.
Do you want to ask Vic if he wants to pull a plane, Tyler?
Absolutely. Vic, been invited to pull a plane. Do you want to be a part of my team?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, there's a competition, it's a Special Olympics competition out at DIA, and I need to put together an Altitude Sports roster of guys that we're going to pull a plane.
Have you seen me, Tyler? I weigh as much as your shoe.
Listen, Vic, here's what I know. You might not weigh much, but you're in better shape than DMac.
And you have you might have good leverage.
Listen, no, Vic's in good shape, but I don't know if he's in plane pulling shape. I mean, Vic,
I'm not sure many TWAs have come my way to be pulled.
Yeah, I mean, there's some there's some of us that would automatically tap out of this challenge. I don't
know about pulling, Vic, but let's be honest. Every morning you carry that show, so I mean,
there you go.
I mean,
okay.
Wow.
What was the thing with? By the way, what was the thing with Moser today? What's he? He's going to a.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys are boys. You're my boys, right? You're my boys. Tell me if this crossed the line.
Okay.
So we've been planning we play golf together often. You know, we like to get together away from the station. So we planned a golf game on Friday at my club, and we got it all set up. And we find out that Moser had already scheduled another golf game with Brandon, the sales guy, and he canceled on Brandon and then canceled on us. So he cross-scheduled, and then he canceled because instead of playing golf with the bros, he's going to some sort of candlelight concert, some 70s band at a church of some sort.
It's big. That's a big thing in Denver. Yeah,
What's the band?
It's an old band. Give me an old band. Give me a 70s and 80s band. That's
Led
who
Zeppelin.
No. It's
that's playing a church.
It's not them.
It's like an old church, but they have dinner, and you go in there and they candlelight everything, and it's just.
How many would you be? Like America or something, or like?
I don't know. The point is, he will never be invited to another bros night out or day out to play golf again.
And the concert's at night. It's candlelight, so why can't he play golf with you during the day?
That's a fair question.
So we said. And then he blamed his wife, and his wife texted us and says, no, that was his idea from the get-go. I didn't want to go. He wanted to go.
I see. This confused me. Where a candlelight.
It's all over Instagram.
I laughed my ass off because you said it was a candlelight vigil for Def Leppard, and I was like, "Who died from Def Leppard?"
My wife asked me if I wanted to go.
Rick Allen's arm. We're still doing candlelight vigils 40 years after Rick Allen lost an arm.
Listen, dude. There's candles involved. It's at a church, and it's 70s, 80s music. You can have it. You want it? Go get it. You're not playing golf with me. It's over.
I can't argue with you. I think you have the high ground on this one, Vic. I think you're good.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, boys.
All right, so have fun tonight.
Do you know it's a candlelight is celebrating 17 seasons as Colorado's top dinner theater?
Huh?
So, it's been going around 17 years.
Who's the band?
Well,
What's the band?
First, let me accept the cookies.
All right. Hang up on Vic. Let him go.
I want to stop talking.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Victor.
I think the show sounds good if Vic just sits in the background and breathes. I think that sounds good.
Well, this one is.
By the way,
yes.
Somebody made this suggestion to me. Actually, I'll give credit where it's due. Mark Kislis says this to me. He says,
okay.
Is there going to be more media out there to cover the Broncos home run derby at Coors Field than there has been at any Rockies game since opening day?
Wow.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Well, but you got to throw out
at
opening
least
day.
like if you want to talk about
day.
names like media members that you actually know who they are, absolutely.
But opening day is its own weird
opening
thing.
day because everybody goes to opening day.
Right.
That's a spectacle. Post opening day, how many people have gone out to cover a Rockies game?
I haven't.
Have you?
No.
I've usually gone to 3 or 4 by this time
I haven't been to Coors Field yet this year.
Yeah.
I've yet to attend. I want to go. I like going to baseball games. I have not made an effort to be able to do so yet. They're hot though, man. 12-50, baby. Look out, Mets.
The only one I find close with the dates that he's talking about is called Superstar.
Who cares?
Is it Striper?
The Carpenters reimaged. Or reimagined.
Wait a second. Okay.
The
All right.
Carpenters reimagined.
If Mark Moser is blowing off a golf thing with the bros for a Carpenters cover band, that is about as weak as it gets.
Calm down, Yacht Rock cover guy.
Yacht Rock Review was the real deal.
Also,
Yacht Rock Review is a Carpenters cover band.
Hold on, though. I will defend Karen Carpenter. She could shred.
She was a drummer.
Yeah.
She was a good drummer.
She was awesome.
She was a very good drummer.
Very good.
But you're giving up a night with the bros to see some chick.
No, a day. They're playing golf during the day. They don't play golf at night. They're playing golf during the day to go. You can still go the night.
But he was not
concert.
available for a nighttime event.
Yeah, he's going to the Carpenters reimagined.
Well, they got a pregame for the church.
Wow.
Now hold on, wow.
That is weak.
Pre-game before
How
service.
do you know that maybe? How do you know that maybe the Carpenters reimagined doesn't get Bear a little amorous?
Okay.
Maybe there's a bigger goal.
If you got a resort,
Hanging with the boys ain't gonna get it done. I can tell you that. Huh?
Do you think Moser still has to work like that with the Bear? You think he has to put in that kind of effort?
Have you seen the Bear and have you seen
Wait. Don't you have to put in more effort the
point.
longer it goes?
Yeah, the effort never hurts.
He needs to just be psyched the Bear's still down.
God, that is such a fair point because we've all seen the Bear.
It's always appreciated.
That's what you call out kicking.
He probably really does have to work a little harder.
The Bear is Crawshaw.
I'm kicking that coverage left and right.
Moser's whoever the kid that bobbled the punt 3 times today, and they made him do it
Did we
again.
just have 5 dudes in here drooling over his wife?
Well, I mean, that goes without saying.
We're just offering the tip of the cap.
Proper respect. I mean, that's all right.
Scotty's doing all right.
We didn't even get into the warden. We can go there if you want.
Great. Nate's doing outstanding.
All right.
You want
to keep going? You want to keep going, Andy? You're walking on thin ice, brother. You want to keep going?
I was doing the whole time. This dude's like he's like my big little brother. He just puts up with stuff and he doesn't know why.
You're the only one I put up with.
No, I know. Putzer did the same thing.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I let you get away with things.
I told Putzer one time, quit acting like a little bee if you're angry at me. And he goes, you know how bad I wanted to punch you.
Well, I actually did punch you one time.
No, that was a bad slap bet. You know, I lost a slap bet to him on the Miracle in Minnesota.
Oh, my God. And I wussed out on it, and I didn't slap you like I should have.
I rushed you. Just say it. I rushed you.
Yeah, you absolutely
I played
did.
psychological warfare.
Yeah, you 100%.
He was getting ready, and I go, do it. He said,
I could have slapped him, and I just
barely
gave him a little
He barely
tap.
did it. That ain't a lie. He still could get my jaw sideways.
Now, was this before or after you stuffed a sword down my throat?
No, that was later.
Wait, what was the bet on the Miracle in Minnesota?
Slap bet.
They call it
no, what was the nature of the bet?
What was the name? Who
he got to slap me?
No, but what was the bet?
I don't remember.
That the Saints would beat the
Vikings.
Yeah, who was it? Case Keenum led Vikings.
Yes.
And the Saints had him beat.
Oh, we remember the game.
And I mean,
we got you on the game.
I was like Miyagi with the wood. I was roughing it up the sides of the palm.
You had the Saints and Tyler.
Yeah, I was gonna win.
Well,
I was texting him stuff, and then all of a sudden, and the last guy that missed the tackle on whoever Diggs was my Colorado guy. It was a Colorado DB that couldn't make the last damn tackle. And it's like, did that really just? I was like, I'm not getting slapped. That doesn't count.
That was awful.
Yeah.
But did he even touch him?
You know, one of the
he debated for a week how hard he wanted to hit me. We did this on air.
I just wussed out. It's one of my biggest regrets.
Oh,
in life.
You wanted to? So bad. I could see it in his eyes.
It was a golden opportunity.
It was. I mean, I had a free opportunity, and I felt bad. He rushed me, and then I felt like an idiot, and it's just bad overall.
You guys might have started that UFC slap boxing.
Yeah, what is that?
Slap fighting? Yeah.
You're both like How I Met Your Mother, and that's your slap.
Power slap. Mm-hmm.
Now the real slap bet, you're supposed to have like a year to slap whenever you want.
Oh,
so for an entire year, you just got to exist with me.
And it could come out of nowhere.
And then at any point, I could just slap you.
He could slap me right now, no repercussions.
This game meant that much to you guys back then? Like, this was...
We only had the Broncos to talk about, DMac, and not even the good Broncos. This came off of the Trevor Siemian and the Brock Osweiler and the crying Paxton Lynch, back to Trevor. And then we'd have to have Trevor on it, somehow be like, so that offense, huh?
You know,
he would come on every week.
What's funny about it is...
Wow, you had Trevor every week?
So
Bro, that one as bad as Case.
So I tweeted like in the third quarter of that game.
Book?
I remember this, by the way. 99.9% of tweets go off into the ether, and who cares? I tweeted in the third quarter of that game, watching Case Keenum that day against the Saints. I was just like, some numbnuts organization is going to give that guy like $25 million to come be their quarterback.
Well,
and then it was Denver.
It was only 18.
And then it was Denver.
Good old Case Keenum.
I'd like to thank Case Keenum.
Keenum.
That guy, good. He very good at making money. One of those quarterbacks that was outstanding at making money.
You know what? I still thought, even though they did that, I just still thought they're still going to take Josh Allen, and this is going to be awesome.
You know that was why they didn't.
Oh, no, I know now.
John flat out said, I want a pro to teach Paxton to be a pro.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just
Paxton
was so
cost
convinced.
you twice, man.
I was so convinced.
Who could have been capable of fixing that guy?
Paxton Lynch?
I don't think anybody.
Nobody.
Oh, Paxton?
Yeah,
no, I was going to say John Elway or
Mike
Shanahan.
I thought you were going to do the whole VJ line right there. Oh, Paxton?
Paxton's.
What are they? 8 plays in Memphis? What do they got there? That was another classic line. Offensive coordinator.
Have you ever heard the stories of how the more he refused, like basically just kept
taking it down a notch so he
Oh,
could
the
play
playbook?
more video games. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Where's Memphis?
My
Walking to Memphis.
Well, they got 8 plays there.
Elway had some gold, by the way, at the end. Remember when he was pontificating that Garrett Bowles didn't understand the rules?
Didn't he tell Dave Logan, I don't think he understands what holding
Where do you
actually
fall?
is?
Where do you fall on the Elway as a GM debate?
Oh,
the first 5 years were great. The second 5 years, he was the worst GM in football.
So what is it? How do you met it out
It's
at
a
the
solid
end?
C.
Okay.
look, man, he got you.
You got you 2 trips to the Super
He
Bowl.
came back in here. He fixed what was a steaming pile.
Yep.
Did he fix it though?
Yes.
Was it already kind of set up?
Dude,
Did Brian Sanders kind of have it all set up?
I mean, no matter what,
he's
Oh,
the
really?
one that sold Manning.
if you
Did
brought
he sold
sold
Manning,
Manning.
or did Joe Ellis walk down to his office and say, "Hey, let's go get Peyton Manning"?
if you got Peyton Manning in the door, like on your watch, in whatever form or fashion it happens,
You get credit for it?
You do get credit for that.
All right.
And when you make the additions of DeMarcus Ware and TJ Ward and Emmanuel Sanders in the 2014 offseason, there was some good draft picks in there, and it all resulted in you winning a Super Bowl. That's top notch.
But then,
stuff.
how do you resolve that with the worst record after winning a Super Bowl in the history of the NFL?
If John retires after 2015,
Joe Sakic's it.
He's an all-time great general
And you
manager.
realize he was not hired as the general manager. He was hired as the president. He
Okay,
fired
but
Brian Sanders,
look,
who he did hire as
I
his
mean,
GM.
again, and that's semantics a little bit. Like if you're the guy calling the shots, you're the freaking GM.
Who's more responsible for the Avalanche, Chris McFarland or Joe Sakic?
Joe Sakic.
Oh, okay.
He had the better title on the door.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think here's the ultimate thing, whether we like it or not. Okay. And I know you don't care, but for a guy that grew up here, the hard part is the Bowlen family issues. I mean, John had a hard enough time trying to figure out the quarterback thing, but all of a sudden people are suing people and all this stuff. And it just became a fat mess.
See, the biggest problem
man.
I
It became
have
a big fat mess
with this conversation is that Elway did not understand the value or could identify quarterbacks. And that is, to me, one of the more mind-blowing things of all time.
But I also don't know that he put in the work he should have on that.
Well, there you go.
I mean,
he
whatever.
trusted some people around.
For whatever reason, it's unbelievable.
It still blows me away that he didn't hop in a helicopter or just have somebody drive him up to Wyoming to look at the improvement that Josh Allen went through.
But remember, he stood on the sideline during the famous Idaho Potato Bowl that
yep.
Allen played in on the blue turf up in Boise. He was
Yep.
standing right there, and Josh made some throws in that game.
Yeah.
Like, Allen did not have a great season that year.
Right.
His great year was his first year as the starter at Wyoming. And Wyoming, actually, they had a bunch of NFL guys on that roster. Like, they were really good, and he was terrific. And I think he was Mountain West Offensive Player of the Year that year. And then the next year, he had concussion issues.
Yeah, there were some issues.
And he never got healthy, but, like, the physical skills were still there. He had the great bowl game. And
what was remarkable, though, specifically about Josh Allen, is how much better he got with Jordan Palmer just dialing things in between the combine and his pro day. It was
but
he was
not a finished product. You cannot forget.
He
He
was
was
raw,
not
too.
accurate his first 2 years.
Yeah, he was raw,
Dude,
too.
Ray Charles could see how good he was at his pro day. It was the stupidest, most ridiculous, obvious thing in the world.
Well, but
his
they're
pro
also
days are also very scripted.
Andy, I got it, but it was different. It just was different.
But the thing that that a smart organization has to be able to do is there's no such thing as a perfectly polished college quarterback.
There's not.
You have to be able to project it forward. Use Sean Payton with Bo Nix, for example. Again, what was Sean's biggest complaint with Russ that he saw in Bo of this is an immediate fix to my problems is this guy avoids negative plays. He doesn't take sacks. He doesn't make turnover-worthy plays, and we saw that out of Bo his rookie year. That's got to be the gift of I saw this player. He's raw. He's flawed, whatever he may be, because he's 22 years old, but I see the projection in it of how to make it happen.
There's another crazy one here too, because you could have had Bradley Chubb and had you had an inkling of what you knew what you were doing, identifying quarterbacks, you could have easily did what the Ravens did and move up and get Lamar Jackson. You did have the opportunity, and they just sort of gave up on the draft.
Sure.
After they took Chubb.
Look, dude, I asked
Lynch,
100 people. I've told you. We had the guy on from Louisville who didn't think Lamar Jackson
That's
would be
insane.
any good.
That
it is
person's
insane.
a moron.
What's
he
crazy,
was the radio
too,
voice of the dang
he
team.
is an idiot.
Is that Lamar Jackson is borderline the best pocket quarterback in the NFL today.
Yeah.
He really is.
Yeah.
Like, watch him work back. Like, his ability to be able to dissect, like, he is elite at it. I think Burrow's elite at it. I think Herbert, of like those guys that can stand in there, trust their arms, quick releases, know exactly what they're looking at, and boom, make that throw. That's what's so funny about Lamar Jackson is like everybody, the great highlight runs, watch that guy dissect in the pocket. He's elite.
You literally, as a Hall of Fame quarterback,
it's crazy.
You could not identify two future Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and you had a shot to get either one of them. And after making the mistake on Allen, you still could have got Lamar Jackson, and you didn't understand the basics of football. And I can't get over that.
Come on, you cannot say that.
I can't say it because it's true.
He's played the game to an elite position. You're going to say he doesn't understand the basics
of
football?
He proved it as a GM that particular year.
No, the problem was his ego got in the way, and he wanted desperately to fix Paxton Lynch.
Well, then
that was the problem. That's why he
bad...
skipped on everybody.
And by the way, you want to talk about poor management, either have Peyton Manning come back for another year or sign Brock Osweiler. Make your mind up.
That's what's and
they thought Osweiler was just going to take their money.
He got
then move on from him, Andy.
And that was the
year
point
before.
too.
Then go to somebody else.
They thought during the free agent period that he would just take the money. They did not. They terribly underestimated, in particular, how his now wife felt about the benching at the end of the year.
They could have. Why are you waiting till the end of the year? Sign Brock Osweiler in training camp during the season.
On top
Commit
of
to
both
this guy.
of these situations, he went to war with Von Miller and he lost and had to pay him more. He went to war with Demaryius Thomas and lost and had to pay him more. Like
he gave Chris Harris $3 million for nothing.
John's.
Here you go.
The back end of that's what's so weird is like, and to me, this is such a nuanced conversation of like, I can't just sit here and say he was great or he sucked, because he was great for a while. And it resulted in they went to 2 Super Bowls and they won one of them. But the back half of that, it was on an annual basis. We were sitting there going, what the hell is he doing?
Because
what are they doing?
The whole thing was a mess near the end.
It was run like the Rockies
part of the mess.
for the back 5 years.
If you want to argue, there's no doubt he got too cheap at the end. He got too
he was
caught
trying to
up.
Win every negotiation.
Yes, and he got too caught up in the fact that once Manning showed up, of course everybody wanted to be here.
Right.
And so you thought you could pay cheap when you couldn't do that once Manning left. And the classic example of it was Calais Campbell. Remember, they thought Calais Campbell would take the hometown discount and come back here, and instead he said no thanks and went to Jacksonville or whatever.
And
they thought they had that done.
You guys do realize, talk about being cheap, the pay cut he wanted to give Peyton Manning, it took Joe Ellis getting on a plane, flying down to New Orleans, and sort of saying, hey, man, let's figure this out, and bonus money to come back that Manning eventually got. That was John trying to get rid of Peyton Manning in 2015.
Yeah.
Which, okay, hey, Manning wasn't the same guy. He wasn't, but you didn't have any better options anyways.
Well.
And Joe Ellis, hey, man, whatever you want to say, but Joe Ellis saved the day on that one to figure out the contract.
No, he
for
got
Manning.
in the room and made sure that everybody acted like adults.
Correct.
So,
or we almost had a bright,
which is some
Nolan
of what you need.
Arenado
No,
situation.
you're right. No, I'm not going to argue that. But again, I'm just saying that you want the weirdest part of all this stuff, that John Elway and Joe Ellis became all of a sudden allies when they were kind of at each other until the suing started and the extra, the older daughter.
That became
then we had
super
Games
weird.
of Thrones going on. Dude, the last 5 years was a total mess. I'm not sure Ellis or Elway hangs around as long as they did if you didn't have all the stuff going on between the Bowlen family.
Well, that's a whole other topic.
The Nikki Jabvala coverage of the saga.
And it was a saga.
She was so good. She should have won awards for, man. That stuff. The story about the funeral. Oh, man. It's gripping. You're just
I got the craziest one.
Yeah.
Can I give you the craziest one? And it was Nikki's reporting. You know, Pat Bowlen had a love child.
Yes.
It was the girl. That's the lead of the story was just like the girl that, oh, you really look like all those women sitting in the front row, don't you?
Do you know what her
That's
first
why we're
name
here.
is? Do you remember what her first name is?
I don't.
The love child? Alexandra.
Ooh, that's lovely.
Do you know what Brittany Boland's middle name is?
Yeah.
Alexandra.
Yeah, this is what I think that ultimately is what led to we're going to sell the team.
Probably. And you know what? All for the better. All for the better.
Well, it is now.
Yes.
Holy cow,
It is
by the
now.
way.
That's
Have you been out
it
there
is.
yet? Have
We
you
got
been
the-
out there like
Yeah.
on the field? I can't believe how much construction has already
the
happened.
thought right now,
That building's
actually,
already a frame.
through all the hem and hawing about ownership, the most ridiculous thing in the world now that we know now, is the concept that one of the Bowlen children would have taken over the organization and we would have been better off.
I will tell you this,
it's
though,
ridiculous.
I
now.
do think Brittany really wanted to give it a go.
No, she didn't. She
Yes,
was
she
a
did.
Manchurian candidate. She had no interest in it. She took a month-long honeymoon in October when she was supposedly going to take over the team.
Yeah,
she
but
had
remember,
no interest in
she
it.
was the COVID czar, and she came up with the Lysol sprayer thing that was.
And her big accomplishment is, as Woody Page, who I do respect, but was he catfishing and writing a story about how she was going to be amazing getting the NFL draft here, which didn't happen either. She was a total front.
Where would they have done it?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean deep down she didn't want to give it a try.
Belco Theater was supposedly where it was going to be. But Andy, she had no interest in it.
Yes, she did, DMac.
No, she didn't.
Yes.
Not.
I know people connected to her.
I do too. I do too, Andy.
That doesn't mean that
you want to own the team and you go for a month honeymoon in October?
Well,
you're really dug in on this.
So
thing,
what was she supposed to be back in here for?
She's supposed to take it seriously and do the hard work it takes to own a team, not go on a month-long Tahiti vacation.
Do you feel like the older daughter was taking it seriously too?
The oldest daughter,
Beth?
She wasn't the oldest daughter. The oldest daughter is Amy. She had wanted nothing to do with it. Beth is the second oldest daughter, and that's from a first wife, who Sally something or other. I forget her name now.
So good.
But she didn't want
the
anything
two
to do with
older
it.
daughters hated the 5 younger kids.
Yes. And there's a love child in there as well.
Yeah, they ultimately wanted.
Listen. I'm not saying Beth would have been the
blood
perfect
of the city in there. Don't forget about him.
Oh my God.
It was a great story.
By
I'm
the way,
not gonna lie.
Do we ever get that story?
Which one?
The whole? No, all of it.
If you think Succession is a good HBO or whatever miniseries,
okay,
that would pale in comparison to the Bowlen adventure.
So DMac, before you get out of here,
I'm sorry.
Then
We're going to get you got to be my favorite topic of all time.
Let's touch on this topic for 90 seconds. Did you see what happened? Did you see the White Sox news today?
I did not.
They have a new investor. Justin Ishbia,
I did
brother
see
of
that.
Matt.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, he's going to take his private equity billions. He's going to sink them into the White Sox for whatever percentage of the club.
So did they sell the team?
No, with an option for him to then take over 29 or 34 potentially.
Wow, that's interesting.
From Jerry Reinsdorf. But the reason why I bring it up is because I looked at it and I was like, would Dick Monfort ever consider that style of sale? Good. Somebody to walk in through the door,
that's good,
clean up debt, whatever you need to do,
right,
and then eventually step into the role.
You'd save face.
You would. Very much so. And I think Jerry Reinsdorf is trying to do that a little bit right now. Or is Dick Monfort just fully committed to handing this thing off to Sterling and Walker and letting them run
I think that's the problem.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not going to take place in baseball. Wait till it starts getting involved in college.
Well, do you think the difference is going to be 42 wins or 40 wins? Do you think the difference is to be the worst team of all time or the second worst team of all time?
The White Sox might win like 55 this year.
No, I got it. But do you really think the final result of the season will make a difference? Do you think they'll win 42 games and everybody will go, phew, we did it?
No.
I hope. God, I hope not. The great Darren McKee, everybody.
All right, boys.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Thursday. Keep it here. You know, Andy, I saw a Jared Stidham to Michael Bandy pass today that was a little too hard to handle.
I'm glad you picked Bandy out of the group.
Yeah, it was because he made that drop, and then he was walking back to the huddle, and I couldn't see what number he was, but then I was like, oh wait, that's a little white guy. That's Michael Bandy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, let me peruse the roster.
Number 83.
Yeah, okay.
Michael Bandy.
Oh, there you go.
Wide receiver, University of San Diego. He was a Torero.
I told the guys the player that caught my eye today and what we could see was Joaquin Davis, number 80.
Number 80.
Because I thought he might be a tight end. But he's actually a receiver out of North Carolina.
6'4", buck 95.
He's a big dude. Yeah.
That's NC Central.
Sorry.
NC Central.
I saw the Carolina at the fold. I didn't. Got to go to the other side.
Got to go to the other side. You got to
catch Central.
Here's a question for you: is Central technically a directional school?
That's a great question.
Is center
it's
a direction?
Dead in the middle of all the directions,
or is center just? It's a place.
Yeah, it's the center.
I don't know if it's a direction.
I don't know.
It's not like somebody would be like, go center. That doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway.
Go center?
Yeah, either way.
Left of center?
North Carolina Central. I don't know anything about North Carolina Central football. Do you?
I don't. I didn't know it was a place till today.
Okay.
Right?
Well, now I have to look into it. North Carolina Central, they play in the MEAC, the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference.
That's definitely directional.
In Durham, North Carolina. I believe it's a historically black college and university, and they are the Eagles, NC Central FCS level school out of the MEAC. NCCU, the Eagles. All right, we learned something today. I didn't know any of that. Now I know it. Will I remember it in a week?
No.
Probably not. But nonetheless, I have this information.
Have you caught anybody yet? Because you've now witnessed 2 days.
I've been to 2
OTAs
OTAs.
Out there today. We'll all watch some mini camp next week.
All right.
You got anybody on the radar yet? I always try to get a radar guy.
You got a radar guy?
That's how I come up with my favorite Kalfani Muhammad running back that I'm going to root for all through training camp.
Yeah.
Only for him to literally never play come the regular season.
I don't think this team is well suited for guys to make the team.
No, I'm with you. They feel pretty locked up. This is not going to be a hot take camp, I don't think.
As we talked about yesterday, according to Over the Cap, 86% of the roster that is right now in these OTAs was here last year.
Yep.
Or excuse me, like 86% return rate. So that in and of itself, I think, is going to make it for guys to pop and possibly make an impact to be able to make the team. Like number 39, Kyrese White, the wide receiver. I remember picking him out last week because I was like, why the hell is a wide receiver wearing number 39? He's a shifty little dude.
He made a nice catch today where he came back to the football in traffic.
Right.
Caught it with his hands, that. But that's still...
Is there room in that
that's still
room?
Probably practice squads. You and I talk about this all the time.
I mean, Sutton, Mims, Franklin, Vele, and Pat Bryant are locked.
That's it.
That's it.
And you know what? Like, Franklin... Who's going to be the Mims of this year? That's my question. Who's going to be the guy that they reluctantly played it all last year, that finally shows up at some point this season, and you're like, all right, why didn't you play him sooner?
Also, isn't Trent Sherfield going to make the team because you need him as a special teamer? That's 6 wide receivers. I think it's done.
I'm not even...
I don't have another name to give
Sherfield
you right there.
took the place of Trayvon McMillan, right?
Yeah, number 5.
Yeah, I don't know if they really count that as a wideout, so you're probably right.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but I'm with you. And look, we keep hearing from Jeff Legwold. He wrote an article about it Monday. They like their receivers more than anybody else in the media apparently does.
They really do, which got me to thinking about something today. Is the AFC West the worst division in the NFL for wide receivers right now?
I don't know. Now, again, there's no more Tyreek Hill. He resides in the East with Miami, obviously.
He's been gone for a while.
Devontae Adams has also found a new place. He's in the NFC West.
Right.
He stayed West.
Keenan Allen, Mike Williams,
NFC
both
West.
gone.
Keenan Allen and Mike Williams are gone. The Broncos, I don't know. Is Cortland, who's the top receiver of the division? Is it Cortland Sutton?
So it's funny. I brought this up to Cosmiter earlier today. We were just BSing, and he gave me this name, and I was like, okay. And then I looked it up, 2025. And okay, I'm going to just use this as a basis for now, okay? Nothing perfect about this. It's pretty mathematical. But I looked up fantasy football draft rankings 25. It's June. It's never too early for fantasy football
Got
content.
you your Street and Smiths fantasy football ranker.
This one's from ESPN.com. The highest rated AFC West receiver, Ladd McConkey of the Chargers.
All right, I could see it.
At 12.
12. Interesting.
Higher than I would have thought he would have been.
Yeah, 12 does feel a bit up there.
Xavier Worthy of the Chiefs is at 20.
Isn't he still going through some stuff, too? I guess he's getting sued from that accident now, so that may not keep him
Are you thinking
off.
of Rasheed Rice?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're right.
Cortland,
Wrong Chiefs guy.
Yes, exactly.
Wrong fast Chiefs receiver.
Cortland Sutton at 23.
Okay.
Jacoby Myers at 38 of the Raiders.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that's your highest. That Raiders receivers room. What's funny about it, too, is when I brought this up to Cosminer, I was like, who is the best wide receiver in the AFC West? He goes, Brock Bowers.
Well,
yeah, pretty much. I honestly
he's not a receiver.
Wouldn't Bowers and Kelsey be above any of these dudes? Maybe not Kelsey at
All
the
right,
age
where
of
does Ingram rank?
75 or whatever.
Evan Ingram.
Right.
Does he need a word?
Yeah.
As far as just pass catchers.
This division does not have elite wideouts. The funny thing about it is it's an excellent quarterback division. It's an elite coaching division. I mean, every coach in this division has coached in a Super Bowl.
How about pass rushers?
I'm
going to throw you off track here, but pass rushers.
It's a very good pass
rush. You got
rush.
Max 66 Crosby.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Who's the Chiefs? Who's the Chiefs top guy?
Oh, Chris Jones.
Chris Jones. Yeah, how could I forget him?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Chris Jones.
Pretty good.
Broncos, we're going to say top pass rusher. Is it Zach Allen?
I'd say Benito.
Or is it Benito?
Yeah, but
we'll go Benito.
Zach Allen, very good as well.
All right. Who's the Chargers guy now that Bosa's gone? Is Ingram still there?
Khalil Mack's still there.
Oh, Khalil Mack's there. Okay,
yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's still pretty good.
Do you remember when this division had Von Miller and Khalil Mack and Max Crosby?
Yeah.
And
like
the Chiefs had a couple pretty good guys too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good pass rush division. Quarterback division, it's very strong. Like, for example, I looked on Pro Football Focus, just their top 30, ranking the 32 quarterbacks. Although I suppose the Steelers have a different dude now. Mahomes at 1, Herbert at 8, Geno at 10, Bo Nix at 19.
Okay, all top 20.
Yeah, that's a really, really good. I mean, if anything, you can make an argument Geno slightly overrated, maybe Bo slightly underrated, but still take it for what it's worth. Like, what's funny is, the AFC North has 2 elite quarterbacks in Lamar and Joe Burrow, but then it's like, woo, Joe Flacco and whatever is left of the corpse of Aaron Rodgers, who is now a Steeler.
Officially
official. Sorry, Mason Rudolph. You don't actually get to
Sorry,
be.
guy.
Sorry, Kirk Cousins. You're going to have to be the Falcons' backup, I guess.
All right, what happens to Kirk Cousins now?
Great question.
Who is motivated to trade for Kirk Cousins?
Whatever team has an injury at quarterback in the first week of training camp.
Right?
Yeah. That's and someone's going to have to get desperate enough to make that move.
Does Minnesota slide into the radar?
On the Cousins thing?
Yeah. I know it sounds a little crazy. Because you got your guy, J.J. McCarthy.
Well, that's just
But there's just no guarantee how that's going to go, and you do have a Super Bowl roster.
The hard thing about that is you would have to look at it and say, even if Kirk is incrementally better than J.J. McCarthy or whatever he may be, and the hard thing about this analysis is I haven't seen J.J. McCarthy play professional football.
No, you're right. He may be just fine.
Exactly. He could be perfectly good. But the hard thing about that is it's like, is it worth whatever potential damage you could do?
That's a great question. But I don't know.
You do have to think about that
roster?
stuff. I know. It's a good roster.
You know what I like to see, dude? At some point, I'd like you to see Bo Nix. And look, this is tall cotton. But can he have someone at least in the same neighborhood as Justin Jefferson? Like, that's the only thing. Right. Who's the guy that makes the catch, but then does a couple extra things to get more than the play was drawn?
Goes back to our to our wide receiver discussion
right.
of
I
mean Cortland
will make some great catches
really good
for
player.
Bo,
really good player.
But Cortland's not breaking tackles and then taking it like you got to give little Jordan Humphrey this. He was kind of the yak guy.
If Pat Bryant is indeed the next Michael
All right.
Thomas.
Yeah.
As Sean Payton has made the comparison himself, then maybe he's that guy. I don't know. Devon Vele had another great catch today.
Devon Vele did look good today.
I like that dude. I like that dude a lot. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but do you need to be like when you go to a buffet? Does Bo need to have a variety of different? Like, does he need the Salisbury steak and the regular steak and the
Isn't a Salisbury steak just a hamburger?
Yeah,
with
pretty
gravy?
much with sauce on it. But do you know what I'm saying? Because right now I feel like he's got with Vele and Pat Bryant and Cortland.
It's all the same dude.
It's a lot of the same type of guy.
Right, Mimsy's
you know what
the
I mean?
one chain, but that's
But
the Sean
Mims
Payton thing.
I know, but
yeah, he
But wouldn't you like to see him get a wiggle guy somewhere in
You
there?
got to be like
I guess that might be Mims.
You got to be
Maybe
a
it's Franklin.
faceless 6'3", 205-pound wide receiver.
Yeah, Sean does want to go play basketball when this is all said
He
and
really
done.
does.
When the game's over, let's go get a pickup game down at the Y.
They all look the same.
They're all big.
Marvin Mims is like the one guy that has a unique body. And I suppose my guy Kyrese White out of Utah State. Kyrese is 5'10", $185. He's a little dude.
Do you realize most of the receivers are bigger than Ingram? Ingram's 6'3", 240. And I heard our buddy Josh was out there.
6'3", 240 is pretty big.
I
mean, for a wide receiver, not huge for a tight end.
Right. Josh said he was a little smaller than they expected. Not.
What did he expect?
Well, I think you get used to. Kelsey looks like he's taller than most. I've seen Gronk live. Gronk is a big dude.
Sure, yeah.
Look, Bowers ain't that big. Bowers looks like the receiver.
Let's put it this way. If Evan Ingram played basketball, he'd have to be a shooting guard, but some of these guys could be power forwards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's a 2 to 3 kind of guy.
Yeah.
Most of these dudes are like Aaron Gordon.
Not exactly Antonio Gates out there.
I think that's also why they took the old basketball player from Utah. Do we even know his number?
Loner?
Yeah. What's his number?
He's number 84.
Let's see a proper number.
Caleb
a proper
Loner.
number.
6'7", 250. Rookie out of Utah.
That is a proper tight end number. We've been old man radio all day. I'm telling you, some of these numbers drive me crazy.
You don't like
Why
Evan Ingram
is
being
Evan Ingram wearing one?
number one?
Wear 81. Is 81 available? We don't have an 81, do we?
81 is Jerjuan Newton, wide
well,
receiver.
like I said, 81's available.
Out of Toledo.
He's not even big.
Oh, come on. He's
5'11".
He made it through Maction to get to an NFL training camp.
All I'm saying is 81's available. Take it.
Okay.
Is it wrong they gave another tight end 84?
Somebody think of Jerjuan. It's not retired, man. That's how it goes. Not retired. Yes, it's available to one and all. AFC West, not an elite wide receiver division. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Guys, Andy Lindahl, Thursday, low T day. Let's talk low testosterone. Something you hear a lot about, especially on sports radio, stations driven towards men, but maybe you don't know what the signs of it might be. Some are obvious. If you're having maybe some sexual side effects from this thing, low sex drive, stuff like that, then obviously you probably want to go talk to somebody about that. But do you think about things like bad sleep or brain fog, depression? Gains in the gym, I think, probably is another obvious one. If you're not seeing the same, you're working just as hard and you feel like you're putting in the same time, but you're not seeing those same results. All these can be signs that you're battling the old low T thing. The brain fog is interesting. For me, it was an energy level deal. That's where I was kind of concerned. I'd wake up ready to take on the day, and then I'd want to nap. And I don't want to I don't mind naps, don't get me wrong, but I want to take a nap when I want to, not because I feel already driven down and it's time to take a nap just 3 hours after you get up. That's no fun. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you out. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com is where you can take their low T quiz. Just 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes you 2 minutes to fill out. Schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. You'll have results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about what those results mean. And then you can make the decision, if it's determined you have low T, whether you start on testosterone or not. This all costs $99, but if you do start on the testosterone treatment, your visit is free. So go ahead and give them a call. See what they can do for you. See if they can't help you feel a little bit better and get rid of some of the brain fog. And seriously, if you're dealing with anything emotional, don't put it off. Go talk to them. 5 locations to serve you for Collins and Spring. The Springs included. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That's Andy. I'm Nate. We can kick it with you today until 6 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have Game 1 of the NBA Finals coming up here tonight. Interesting piece today in The Athletic, Andy, about Oklahoma City and Indiana. I don't know if you've heard or not, but this is the smallest market NBA Finals ever.
Yeah, that's a
And
deal.
It
That's
means
a thing.
everybody should hate it, okay? Like, in all seriousness, okay? Unless you work
for TV,
for the network itself, if you work for ABC/ESPN, the hell do you care?
You really don't.
It's good. It's good basketball teams.
I am curious. 303-504-0925. Just let us know. Are you into the fact that it has rotated so much that now we're going to have our 7th different NBA champion,
right?
And we haven't had any rematches in the NBA since when? Like forever, right?
Since Cleveland and Golden State, I believe, would have been our last finals rematch.
How many teams? Boy, how many teams have even made it in back-to-back years to the championship, winning it or not?
Going to the finals
Yes.
in back-to-back years?
Just made the appearances there.
Okay. I have the
I've
list
challenged you.
in front of me. It was Golden State.
Okay, there you go. How
Yes.
long ago, though?
18-19. Remember,
Okay.
18 was they swept the Cavs. That was the Durant freaking machine. 19, they made it. Durant got hurt. Kawhi and the Raptors got him in 6 in 2019. But
Yeah.
we have had unique teams. Like Golden State made it back in 2022, and they won the title over Boston. Boston wouldn't make it back to the finals until 2 years later. They would beat Dallas in 5 last year, and obviously the Thunder and the Pacers. Thunder haven't been to the finals since, 2012 when they lost to Miami. The Pacers' last trip to the NBA Finals, that was Reggie and the gang back in 2000. They lost in 6 to the Lakers. So,
Okay.
yes. So it's funny that you asked that because, like, if you're going to sit there and complain about Patrick Mahomes always going to the Super Bowl, then you should be pumped about this.
You should be.
Hey, new teams in the NBA Finals. I'm excited to watch it. I think this is look, I think the Thunder are going to win it. I don't think there's going to be a huge surprise to me in terms of result. But what I'm more eager to see than anything else is, like, does Pacers, action ball, speed ball, does that play well against Oklahoma City? And, can Indiana hang in this series, or are Lou Dort and Alex Caruso going to swallow Tyrese Halliburton the way they basically have every other excellent guard they have seen in this postseason, most notably Anthony Edwards and Jamal Murray?
Okay. And I want to talk about the greater topic at some point of just the rematches and whatnot.
Yeah.
Is there a selfish... I've told you I normally don't root for the team that beats you.
Okay.
I don't know why, even though Caruso drove me crazy and I think Chet looked like a freak. Chet's haircut bothered the crap out of me. I don't know why. It just was like, bro, why are you slimming it down in the back when you've already got this weird slender body to begin with?
Just
but whatever.
Human popsicle
Yeah,
stick.
listen, he's socially doing better than I ever did, so good for him. But
the other thing too is in interviews he's really likable.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's freaking good, man.
Well, okay, so I will tell you this.
But you're right.
Here's one of the reasons why I don't have as much a problem with Oklahoma City as I normally do.
Yeah.
Yes, they traded for Shea, but Shea was not like this superstar that they traded for.
No,
the
it was
rest
after
of the
his
team,
rookie year.
It's been like drafted. Like they
Right.
they built it the way the Nuggets built it, right?
Yes.
So I'm not going to, what used to drive me nuts about the NBA was Golden State drafted, like what ruined Golden State was adding Durant. You know what I mean?
It was the CBA
and I
was
understand
beneficial.
why you do it,
and they won a title before they did it.
Yeah, but my point is I have less beef with teams that craft their team through the draft.
We are in the post super team era of the NBA. We really are. The new collective bargaining agreement has made it restrictive enough that depth is now more amplified. It's one of the Nuggets' problems, as we know. We really are, though, in the post super team era. I mean, the closest version of a super team, I think, in the NBA this past year was probably Phoenix, and they sucked.
They've really Too much money and not enough talent.
Right. I guess. I mean, the pairing of Luka and LeBron, if you want to say that that's a super team thing, but
LeBron's going to be out of there in a couple of years.
In a couple of years, and also, like, yeah, all they did was just hang out and take a phone call from the dumbest GM in all of basketball.
Who decided not to shop the best asset in basketball.
Exactly. Like, hey, we will take Luka Doncic now that you mention it. Oh, we only have to get rid of Anthony Davis and some spare parts. See you later.
Is this a real call?
Exactly.
Is this Anthony Davis's dumb show where he pranks people?
It's like Crank Yankers with the puppets. But that's really not what the NBA is anymore. I mean, Golden State battled back and they managed to win another NBA championship. And again, they did so with the guy. And Steph was the 7th pick in the draft. I think Clay was like 11. Draymond was a 2nd-round pick. They battled back and won another title with
Wiggins?
that core.
Where'd they get Wiggins from? Was he part of the championship crew? He was, right? At least one of them, wasn't he?
Yeah. What team was he on originally?
But again, Andrew Wiggins was
right.
He bounced around, or was going to.
Yeah,
found a home there.
Andrew Wiggins is fine. He was with Minnesota.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So,
but it's not a bunch of number 1 picks. It's not LeBron and his friends deciding this is the team.
This NBA Finals, Chet's the highest draft pick at number 2 overall, and he hasn't been an All-Star yet.
How about that?
Like that's just not the way that these teams are built. And in The Athletic today, one of the things that they suggested, and granted, we've had like a week without basketball, so these guys are just trying to find anything they can to write about it. But I think it's an interesting point. Like, is there a small market advantage in the NBA?
Here's what I would say yes. You are allowed, as we're talking about, to draft a team. The spotlight isn't on you. ESPN is not acting the minute you get 1 star, they're not begging you to pair it up with 2 other stars, or you know what I mean?
Right.
There's just not this pressure.
Especially in the new CBA, because like you don't and like Oklahoma City is a good example of like eventually all of their stars, disappeared. And ownership said, we can't pay James Harden back in the day, and so Harden ends up departing and going to Houston. But like there's all, and one of the things they point out here is like the coaches and players, like they like these places. Like, yes, they don't have the glitz and the glam, but also, like, they can just kind of do their thing. They get left alone a little bit.
Nikola Jokic brought that up.
The spotlight of New York and Los Angeles isn't on you quite so bright. You deal with a smaller media contingent in those cities.
Okay, let me ask you this. Remember, and I ask you this, it's a bit of a throwback take, which is why I'd like your updated opinion on it.
All right.
Remember when the NBA All-Star Game came here, and we had to hear so much about how this was just a quiet little city, and
dusty old
they had to go rent out the warehouses because we didn't have the social life clubs that they're used to and all that, and the places for the big Super Bowl type parties. Do you think, again, I like the rock star lifestyle has changed a bit. Not everybody's drinking and drugging and doing, you know what I mean? Like some of these guys take care of themselves and are actually doing the water. And you like that old man term there?
That was good.
But no, but I'm just saying, does the NBA player seek the constant, like even Allen Iverson constantly wanted to go hit the club as soon as he was done.
Sure.
Is it still that way, or do you think they've chilled out a little bit like some of the rock and roll stars?
Okay. So this is already out there, so I can share it as a rumor.
Sure.
Okay. I saw a clip from the Denver CityCast, or CityCast Denver, the podcast. Bree Davies hosts this, right? It's a cool local podcast about things that are happening in our city. And one of the rumors that was brought up was if you go to a party at Aaron Gordon's, if you go to a party, he's got the warehouse with the basketball court and all of that. Drinks on the house. AG's got you covered. But if you want chicken tenders, $3.
Nice.
You got to pay $3 for the tenders. Apparently it's always catered. There's tenders available. But you got to pay $3.
Is it all you can eat, or do I just get 3 tenders for my $3?
It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know
like what's the reasonable
is it simply
side?
If you get the order or whatever. Yeah. Yes.
Are they plump tenders?
So apparently the Modelo's flow freely all night long.
Yeah.
But the tenders got to kick in for that. AG ain't made of tenders.
If he's covering the beer, is it really Modelo? Isn't it just a? Isn't it just a stock keg of?
No, I know. I remember from the parade the famous clip of somebody talking to AG, and he's just like, "These Modelos are hitting right now."
But that was a parade.
So I'm assuming that
not
was
every night's the parade.
Hey, I don't know if
not
that's
every party's the
beer
parade.
of choice or not. I don't know.
I'm just saying, don't you go classic American lager that's easily purchased at liquor stores?
I think Modelo is the best-selling beer in America right now.
Is it? So it's affordable then?
Very much so. Yes. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why it's on the house, or maybe he just got a good NIL deal. I don't know. but that's. I will admit I have yet to be invited to a party at AG's. But if I do, I'll fork out the $3.
Yeah, I gotta get a load of these tenders.
I'll even tip my wait staff.
Do I get a sauce with it?
It's a great question. I don't know.
Like, is it?
Again, I don't know these things.
Is it like the Cane's or Chick-fil-A sauce?
I would hope that there's a sauce.
Is there a ranch nearby I can dip in? I hope it's not a community ranch.
A dry tender is not okay.
Yeah. We can't live like Neanderthals.
Community ranch.
I need a sauce. Well, dude, we can't all be dipping into the same thing, a ranch either. I'm going to need an individual ranch, and I will pay an extra $1 to make it happen. I'm willing to go to $4 to have my own ranch.
Community ranch, $3. Individual ranch, $4.
Dude, I'm out on the community ranch. I don't know where you've been.
Fair enough.
Well, there's that Mattress King commercial where the guy's just rubbing his hands all over the guacamole. I can't have that going on in community ranch.
It's not acceptable. No community guac, no community ranch. Show rules. Kreckman and Lindahl. Okay, so Broncos had open practice today for OTAs. One of the big conclusions I took away from today, Andy, and
hit me. I'm impressed.
They really like R.J. Harvey.
Oh, they definitely do.
They truly do. He had the first carry in teams today. They like he's the number one back on this team right now. There was no, hey, rookie, you got to earn. Like Bo Nix last year had to sit there and be number 3 behind Stiddy and Zach Wilson for months. R.J. Harvey, you tote the rock right away, kid.
Okay, let's get into that a little bit because I do think it's interesting. I think last year Sean threw his weight behind Bo Nix, and it benefited Bo Nix. And look, every rookie could benefit from it, and it benefited the Broncos. Sean was steadfast in his resolve. This guy's going to be the quarterback. I think we all knew it from an early point on.
Yep.
But I do think he had to show the locker room that this is going to be okay, which is why they had the quarterback competition that wasn't necessary.
Quarterback game is vastly more political than running back.
And part of that also comes from the fact that Stiddy was in the locker room before, and I think he wanted to show the vets, all right, I'm giving you the fair shot, even though we all know it's not totally a fair shot.
The irony being that it has a detrimental effect on the football being played, and yet you're right. There's an element of you got to just kind of do that.
Let the kid earn it.
Right.
And he did.
He did.
Congrats to Bo Nix. He did. There was no blowing anybody out of the water.
Granted, we all knew it was going to happen, so we're like, what is the point of this exercise? And yet everything worked out the way it needed to.
That's what makes this is going to be a mundane, I think, camp. I think. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
But it feels mundane because guess what? The starters are out there. The roster's set. They're going about their business. And you're not, I don't know, there's not even a lot of positional battles. I guess we'll see one if they ultimately do sign J.K. Dobbins that maybe there's a positional battle there. But my point being, I think R.J. Harvey is this year's Bo Nix, where Sean Payton, I think, knows he probably overdrafted him according to the grades. Again, who cares if he comes in?
If he's a fit.
If he's productive for you and helps you win 2 more games than you did a year ago, I don't care where you're drafting him, frankly.
You win 2 more games than you did a year ago. That's absolutely
You may win
massive.
the division.
But Harvey's the dude, man.
Okay, so what do you do? I'd like to see him bring in J.K. Dobbins because, quite honestly, Nate, the running back group after Harvey is just pretty much underwhelming.
So
not a lot of pizzazz.
Sean Payton fielded a couple of questions today on J.K. Dobbins. Let's listen to Sean reacting to the news being out that Just Kidding Dobbins is visiting.
Sean, you're interested in Dobbins?
Yeah, he's coming in. I think he got in last night. I think he's in the building, or he's going to be in the building here pretty soon. We'll have a chance to visit with him, and then we'll see where it goes.
What was the secret in there?
It's just another good football player that we've seen firsthand. I've seen for a while, and just the importance of that position group. We really like the group right now we're working with. It's just another opportunity to possibly bring in another good football player to help us win.
Boy, our guy is struggling with his voice. They kept going today too.
Yeah.
Like that was a long session. I was like, guys, can we lay up? The guy can't talk. We're gonna get, I think, 3 days of him next week in minicamp, right? Let's get the guy a lozenge.
Sounded like Tom Thibodeau was out there today. My God. So J.K. Dobbins last year, 195 carries, 905 on the ground for Jim Harbaugh's L.A. Chargers. He picked up 47 first downs last year, caught the ball 32 times out of the backfield. He scored 9 touchdowns on the ground last year. He had a good year. Andy,
he really did. But did you know he had a good year? Like, were you on the radar that J.K. Dobbins was a pretty decent pickup for the Chargers? Didn't the Broncos only face him one of the times they played? Wasn't he injured the other time?
I think so. Not really. No, I can't say that I spent a lot of time staring at J.K. Dobbins last year, but he was fine, which is really all the Broncos would need him to be is just fine. They just need a dependable veteran that can come in and protect on third down, right? That's it.
Right.
That's what he'd be here too, and he's a good veteran to have in the room. It's youth all over the place outside of Dobbins. So to me, Andy, this one, like, I know it's a name that everybody knows because everyone has seen him on a fantasy football waiver wire, all that good stuff. I don't think there's like much to get worked up over here. It's a good veteran running back. They need a veteran running back. Go get him. Perfect.
All
Great.
right.
Super duper.
But I've got to say, and I'm trying to get this figured out.
All right.
Tip of the cap to Tyler. Dobbins did get tendered, if you remember, by the Chargers. So he has to be paid. The tender is worth 110% of the player's previous salary.
All right.
So that's $1.1 million. And I think the Broncos have to actually pay him more than that in order to actually sign him. So he's kind of a restricted free agent, though not a majorly restricted free agent.
But he'd be on a 1-year deal, right?
It would be a 1-year deal, you would think. I'm trying to figure out what this tender even means. I'm looking at an ESPN article from April 29th.
Well, if it's at Aaron Gordon's house, it's $3.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's in community guac.
Mm-hmm.
But the tender applied, both players still apply to the so both players, because Elijah Moore was also tendered by the Chargers. The Chargers can get compensatory draft picks for them if they sign with another team before July 22nd.
Cool. What do I care?
No, I'm with you.
Have them.
Tyler was saying that the Broncos might have to give up a 7th rounder, but that doesn't look to be the case.
That's fine, too. I don't
So
care.
all
It's
the
a 7th
Chargers
rounder.
did was make sure they get some compensatory draft compensation.
Didn't the Broncos draft a guy in the 7th round this year that's played football for like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
It's fine.
tight end from Utah.
It's going to be okay.
Where's 84?
I'll be all right with it. It's, to me, like kind of no-brainer. You need a veteran in the room, go get a veteran in the room. Like, great, J.K. Dobbins, super duper. You're going to sign him on a 1-year deal anyway, so it's not going to affect any future cap space or anything like that.
No, I'm with you.
Great.
Well, even if I'd even give the guy a 2-year deal if he wants to. Am I wrong though? Is this an underwhelming position group? Is it not? Outside of Harvey, who's intriguing.
Listen, Calvin Booth, let's chill on the 2-year deals.
Okay. hey. Player option.
Yes, I want your $5 million.
Yes.
Can I have it now?
There you go. And a 2nd round pick. Or I guess in this case, that'd be a 6th round pick, right?
Right.
No, seriously. You and I were out there today.
Yeah.
And I'm watching Estime, and I can't get a feel for what they think of Estime and Bidet and McLaughlin. Now, our guy, for a minute, I was like, no Blake Watson. I can't find Blake Watson. Where's Blake Watson? And I was talking to Troy Rank, and Troy Rank's like, well, they might have signed Dobbins. And I was like, we're all on alert. And then here comes Watson out about halfway through the practice to go out to he's got some kind of injury because he's running on the injured field. But anyway, I just don't. That is the one group. Like, if I were to ask you, because I thought you brought up a good point, the receiver position's locked up. Backup offensive lineman, whatever.
Frank Crumb's going to make that team. He was out there today.
If there's one position group, well, 2, that I think a guy could make some noise, it's tight end and running back.
Yeah,
is it not?
I would agree. Yeah. Everything else you're pretty much set. Your offensive line is set.
Your defensive line is set.
Your
linebackers,
edge rushers.
maybe a middle linebacker.
I think Drew Sanders going to be one of those guys, probably.
Oh, but again, every time I talk to Leggy, he seems to think he's a better outside fit, so we'll see. They like him better at inside.
They got a lot of dudes out there.
Corner seems fairly locked up when you look at it. Safeties seem fairly locked up.
Yep. Yeah, outside of and there will be a camp injury or two and preseason injury or two that's unavoidable. But yeah, it's pretty much well set. Like there's not a ton of hot position competition going on right now with this team, which it
is good.
It's good. It means the Broncos actually have depth, which
we know what they are.
They've not had much of in recent years.
Sean's got his dudes.
Yeah, it's very much so. And it was funny because he was asked today about the 86%, and he sort of pointed out of just like, yeah, well, like look at what we were 2 years ago. We might lead the NFL in turnover since 2 years ago or whatever it is. And he's probably right about that. I think Sean Payton got in the door and went, wow, these guys stink. And he completely got himself a new football team.
Have you ever seen a coach? Now, Sean, as we know, because we read the article about game day Sean last year.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I've ever seen a new coach's mood flip so fast as Sean Payton's did from the start of camp, his first year, to the end of camp, where you could tell he's like, this ain't it.
Right.
That quarterback ain't it. This line isn't it. These receivers aren't it.
He still won 8 games with that team.
I know. Yeah, he and Russ found a way to coexist for 5 5-game win
Long
streak?
enough. Right, long enough, and they kind of did okay with it. It goes to show you, that his ability to win on game day. Like that sounds stupid, but you know what I'm saying? He knows his in-game stuff is typically better. Like he can catch edges during a game that other coaches may miss.
He can't. Now, the timeout usage needs to be better than it was a year ago.
He's really
some wild timeout usage.
Yeah, he's really big on that. Try and get that extra possession at the end of the half thing.
He also kind of rage challenges. Do you know how Michael Malone had the rage timeout?
Right.
I think Sean has a bit of a rage challenge problem.
Honestly though, okay. Last year, I don't think we saw much benefit to the end of half timeout usage that they would go through, right? With a better offense in place, an improving young quarterback, a year 2 of the system, we hope that this offense is taking another step forward. There could be a greater benefit to it. Like, it doesn't mean what he was doing last year was necessarily wrong. I don't think he had the right football team for it to necessarily have any advantage for him. A better offense, and maybe you got something.
Yeah, I still would love to see him cut down his play sheet, because again, and maybe you and I will revisit it. The Athletic had a great article, and it was mainly college. I think it was all college coaches talking about their favorite plays and how many plays they'd craft and put in. And of course, we talked to Sandman about it. But I just, I just wish he's got this team doing a lot of things well. Don't go away from it to get too cute at times.
We're ranking NBA players on the eve of the 2 hours before the start of the NBA Finals. When we come back, tell me one more time why Nikola Jokic wasn't the MVP. That's coming up next. All right. It's Nate, it's Andy, it's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 1 of the NBA Finals coming tonight. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 1 goes to Edmonton. How about Leon Draisaitl, the overtime winner last night? Did not score in the finals last year. 2 goals last night. Power play winner with 30 seconds remaining. You know the happiest people in the world when you score with 30 seconds left in the first OT is the guys that we're going to have to fill on the desk for a whole other intermission.
Oh, yeah. They were getting close, too. Dude, did you see last night? They were having fun. That hockey show's really rounded into shape. It's
becoming
not quite
good.
the NBA show,
right?
Which unfortunately is moving.
It's becoming good.
Did you see where they called? So I guess our guy Bisonet likes to eat a little too much meat.
Okay.
And so who was the guy we talked to? Liam McHugh. Liam McHugh called it the gout and the goat because he had Bisonet and Gretzky sitting next to each other, and even Gretzky had to start laughing.
Can I admit, by the way, that overtime Stanley Cup hockey was on, and I couldn't look away from Mets Dodgers last night?
Listen, you're American. Look at the overall TV ratings. You weren't the only one.
MLB Network had a nationally televised. Our dude Rich Waltz was on the call, and I got to see Pete Alonso hit a ball that hasn't landed yet.
I thought ESPN picked that up, to be honest with you.
It was MLB Network last night. Was Mets Dodgers. Pete Alonso, by the way, he'll be in this weekend.
That's great.
Yes.
So will Juan Soto.
Yes, absolutely. Don't know if Lindor got hit on the foot last night, so we'll see how he's doing coming into this weekend. But that Mets lineup is no joke.
How do we not have ratings from last night?
Good question. Don't know.
Huh. Do we not get to, because AI claims that we don't have them from last night. I'm now really curious to see how many of your fellow Americans.
Shut up, AI. What do you know?
How much of them joined you in watching that game last night over the end of the hockey game? Look, the hockey was phenomenal.
I'm assuming that I'm in the minority that I was watching out of market baseball over the Stanley Cup Finals.
I would say usual ratings would suggest no, you're not.
Really? Oh, okay. It is baseball we're talking about.
Well, and it's also, all right. If you're just
I know I'm a loser. I like baseball.
If you're just an average fan, though, just as mild as casual a fan as can be.
Yeah.
Isn't a Florida Edmonton matchup just kind of weird? Like, don't you need like a Chicago
second year in a row,
Detroit or something?
No original six, is that?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Just like some cool sounding cities. I don't know how else to put it. You know what I mean? Florida, first off, Miami sounds sexier than saying Florida.
It
let's
really
be
does.
honest.
It really does. Mm-hmm.
It's a hockey game.
Yeah, the moment you say Florida, I think about pythons and swamps and meth
Florida
squirrels.
man.
Yeah,
Meth
exactly. Mm-hmm. Dudes on bath salts. Whatever it may be.
Gators.
Ducks terrorizing neighborhoods.
Exactly. Your duck.
Yes.
That nobody can seem to get rid of.
They can't stop him.
And what do you think of them with Edmonton? Nada? It's cold?
I don't.
Is it still snowing?
And yet, I watched the condensed game this morning. I was like, damn, that was a good hockey game.
Oh, it was a great game.
Very good.
It was a lot of fun.
Controversial, man in the crease goal, all that good stuff.
This has got a touch of Colorado Tampa Bay to it because Skinner is going to be a white knuckle ride the way Darcy Kemper was.
Yeah, he's.
Why do they play La Bamba at the end? Of all the songs
there
you
was
could
a
choose.
Thing.
I know. I
it
think
was
we
a
did
thing.
this last year, but seriously, La Bamba?
Yeah.
In it, I'm sure was some. It was like some famous dead guy's favorite song.
Some famous dead guy.
There was some emotional attachment, and I'm a big jerk for talking about it.
The tradition started as a tribute to Joey Moss, a longtime Oilers fan and locker room attendant who passed away in 2020.
I told you.
So you were
jerk.
right.
You jerk.
Moss had a passion for the song, and the Oilers adopted it as their anthem to honor his memory.
Well, pour one out for your guy. One down. By the way, what about the young lady that made fame last year with her Oilers jersey?
It is better.
Is she still around?
Good question, actually. I don't know. Springwood. I feel like that's the kind of thing.
Are we going to get the Miami, Florida thing going again?
Feels like the kind of thing Mark Springer
would
track
track online. Are we going to get Mardi Gras Stanley Cup going again?
Probably. Also, La Bamba's better than Liquid Dreams by O-Town. All right. Another song
O-Town.
we've recently discussed here on the show.
Did he play it?
It was the Wet Dream thing, remember?
Anybody find the damn guitar yet?
Liquid Dreams, whatever it was. So The Ringer, fine publication. Our friend Lindsey Jones works over there. The Ringer put out their NBA rank, top 100 NBA players at the start of the NBA Finals. Top 100 NBA players. Here's a weird thing, Andy. So the guy that was named the league's most valuable player is number 2 on the list. I'm sorry. If you're the MVP, shouldn't you be number 1?
I would think.
You would think, and yet they're at number 1. 6'11", 270 pounds, out of Sombor, Serbia. Nikola Jokic. Weird. Odd. I want to throw the rest of the rankings by you. By the way, everybody knows Jokic is better than Shea, and yet Shea won the MVP.
Are you mad, though? Is it starting to grind your gears?
A little bit.
Now that we get away from the season, now that there's no parade?
Now that I'm talking about it, I'm annoyed, yes. It's the guy averaged a 30-point triple-double, and he didn't win MVP because it was Shea's turn. All right. Jamal Murray at 29 in the top 100.
Okay. All right.
AG at 42.
Gotcha.
MPJ 73.
Okay.
Christian Brown 83.
So your entire starting five is a top 100 selection.
The Ringer is rating them as
Does
top.
any other team have all starting 5 in the top 100? OKC maybe? Boston?
I would assume. Yeah, I would assume both of those teams, absolutely. Even Tatum with the injury, I would think. I would, yeah.
Well, you ranked them before the injury anyway,
I would
right?
guess the Knicks' entire starting 5 is in there. There's got to be several teams.
Cleveland?
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Hello, Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So your top 5 is all in the top 100. Darius Garland just above Jamal Murray at number 28. All right, let's just say as a for instance, okay? Okay, here's actually, this is interesting. I'm just looking at a couple of guards that are right sort of in Jamal's zip code here, okay? They've got De'Aaron Fox, obviously now with San Antonio after the trade at 26. Darius Garland at 28. Jamal at 29. They're all good players. I like De'Aaron Fox. I like Darius Garland. Okay? They're both good players. All right? I mean, Jamal Murray has been a stone-cold assassin in the NBA Finals. He is a player that, and again, did it elevate the way you needed it to this year across every game? No. But I still think Jamal Murray is a player that elevates his game in the postseason. Like, I like Darius Garland. I like De'Aaron Fox. I could make an argument that there are reasons why both those guys could be good here on the Denver Nuggets. But do I know that they can do what Jamal Murray does? That they have the fearlessness of Jamal Murray, that they have the toughness of Jamal Murray, that they can be big in big games the way Jamal Murray has been many times.
No, you don't know it. You don't have the evidence of it.
Right.
Fair enough.
Like that's what's so that to me, and I'm not saying that's the reason to never consider trading Jamal Murray, right? But what I come back to is like, okay, like, yeah, again, like Darius Garland's a pretty electric point guard. That's a fun player, but also like he was banged up in the postseason and like Cleveland got zipped out of there pretty quick. Like Jamal Murray, I know can do those things. Maybe Darius Garland is going to get you into your offense faster. Maybe he is going to give you a more consistent effort night to night. Maybe De'Aaron Fox, I know, is going to get you into your offense faster and run the floor and be able to break down opposing guards on the dribble better than Jamal Murray. Like, Fox is going to get into the paint more. He's not going to have to settle for the jumpers that Jamal does, even though Jamal makes those shots a lot of times. Like, I can talk up the advantages of players such as that over a Jamal Murray plenty of times, but also do I know that those guys are big game ready the way that I know Jamal is?
No, you don't. Now, I do think, look, the last couple playoffs maybe have hurt the big game ready theory for some of those offering up the rankings. Let me ask you this.
Still hit a game winner against the Lakers last year.
Fair enough.
Still had a 43-point game this year to carry you to a victory in Game 5.
Where's Trey Murphy on that list?
Okay. Good question.
Since that's a guy that's been linked to the Nuggets and trade rumors possibly. How serious are we? We don't know.
Trey's 56.
56.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Who, by the way, did they say would – do you remember the proposed trade? Was that an MPJ thing?
Probably what many of the proposals that I have read involve including Porter and Brown.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'd have to give up 2 of your top 100 for the guy that's in the middle of the pack of the top 100.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at those rankings, does it make you like that trade scenario a little less? Or do you get some money out of it? See, that's the hard part about trading Brown. You can't trade Christian Brown in part because he only got $4 million. He's only worth $4 million in a trade. That's not enough.
No, you'd have to trade Porter with it.
Well, but I'm also saying for the type of player he is, although you bring up a good point, is he going to be the same player under Adelman if they're going to slow things down?
I don't know. I believe Trey Murphy makes you a better defensive team. He's a very good shooter. I don't think he's as good as a pure shooter as Michael Porter. Again, like to me, it's a little bit of a change for change's sake.
More than, all right. So this gets back to the topic I was kind of bringing up before we got lost in the weeds, as we tend to do when it's this time of year.
Sure.
We're talking about the Denver Nuggets starting 5, all in the top 100.
Yep.
If we were to get a 4-1 series and OKC wins it, and I wouldn't be shocked if that's in fact the case, although I do feel like India is a little more scrappy than they get credit for. But let's say it's a 4-1 series.
Right.
Does that give credence? See, again, I do feel like this team needs some change. I feel like
this
they need some payroll flexibility and all this. But if you're the only team that gave Oklahoma City a series,
right,
then what do you do?
Right. That's one of those funny NBA questions. Like the Knicks just had this same self-examination, right? The Knicks looked at it and said, we were 2 wins away from the NBA Finals, technically speaking. Are we really 2 wins away from the NBA Finals good? And the Knicks determined, no, we're not. And change is necessary in order for us to be able to get to that place. Because you would certainly think if you thought of your team as we're right on the precipice of being able to go and win an NBA championship, it was just our first year with Karl Anthony Towns. This thing is only going to get better. Let's run it back again. That's what you would do. You would think that you would do that for the sake of consistency. The Knicks decided not to be able to do that. So here's the question on the Denver Nuggets. Were the Nuggets, this technically, they were a win away from the Western Conference Finals. Were the Nuggets really a win away from the Western Conference Finals good? The team that got Michael Malone fired and Calvin Booth fired with 3 games to go in the regular season would suggest not.
Yeah, but if you're the only – but if you were ousted in Game 7 by the team that wins the finals and you're the only team –
to challenge them.
That basically they got to win in Game 1 there.
Yep.
Fluky or not, they got to win in Game 1.
You won in their building.
And frankly, they should have won Game 5.
Yep.
But they went and screwed it up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now ifs and buts and all that stuff.
Lou Dort, man.
But still, does that not suggest if you're the only one to give this team a series that, yes, maybe you were a game and win? What would you say, 1 win away from the NBA Finals good?
1 win from the Nuggets
NBA
would have been
championship.
1
possibly.
win from the Western Conference Finals good, I suppose. That's really where they were.
Yeah, but the team.
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Minnesota didn't show up at all. They got blown out in most of their games.
I think it requires a little bit of mental gymnastics.
See, I'm with you. I don't like the
and here's why I would say that. Because the mission has to be lighten the load on Jokic.
Right.
Okay. In all seriousness, and we've had so many different basketball conversations about this basketball team, and I've given this some thought, and that really is the thing. That's the biggest thing that I want to see out of this Nuggets offseason. And I think it's achievable in several different ways. Like, get better depth on your basketball team, but that would lighten the load on Nikola Jokic. Like, get better ways to be able to consistently score the basketball and run efficient offensive sets that aren't Jokic doing everything. That has to be the mission for this offseason, is you lighten the load on Nikola Jokic. There's different ways to do it, but he's 30 years old. You can't run him out there for 37 minutes a night. You're going to shorten his career. And also, it makes you easier to solve once you get to the playoffs. which we saw it this year, right? The Clippers damn near did it. And then Oklahoma City essentially did it for 3 games. That's why you lost that series. They took Jokic out of his comfort zone for 3 games of that series, and they won the thing in 7. That's why they won the thing. The Nuggets' mission has to be, and that's where if you're examining is an MPJ and Christian Brown for Trey Murphy III of the Pelicans, is a trade like that good? Okay. Does Trey Murphy make Nikola Jokic's life easier?
And I don't know the answer to
I don't know exactly what the answer is either. I know he's going to space the floor for you offensively. I know he's going to give you good on-ball defense, hopefully good pick-and-roll defense, which maybe is going to make life a little bit easier on Nikola Jokic. But, to me, one of the biggest things that this team could do is, add depth and have a second unit that doesn't make it a freaking emergency every single time you take him off the floor.
And see, that ultimately, to me, if you're going to sit back and say, well, we were so close and look at this starting, yeah, but your depth is just not good enough. Mm-hmm. And I don't care if Oklahoma City does win. With everything you laid out there, with the fact that an injury to Aaron Gordon derailed the whole thing, you didn't even get to really see what Game 7 was going to look like because Aaron Gordon was out there and shouldn't have been.
Sure.
And that at the end says, regardless how this goes, even if Oklahoma City sweeps them, you still need more depth.
Yep.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the only way you're going to get more depth is trade one of your big guys. There, we've solved it. It's done. No debate.
We fixed it. Meanwhile, entire
Plus,
starting 5 in the top
year
100.
Older, Nate. At some point, don't you have to acknowledge, yes, it's a great starting 5, but every year they get older.
I mean, the
older
good news,
guys tend to break down more.
You're right about that. The good news is it's still, relatively speaking, a youngish group.
But they played a lot of basketball.
They have. They've certainly gone
because they have no depth.
Very far in the postseason. There was an interesting quote, by the way. I think the morning guys played it today from Draymond talking about if you don't win the NBA championship, you're better off losing in the first round.
Yeah, and just getting some rest.
There is something, I think that's true for teams that are old as hell like Golden State.
Sure.
I think there's value for young teams making a push and going through.
Well, you got to see what it takes.
Yeah.
That's why it is interesting because Golden State, well, neither Indiana nor Oklahoma City has been to this point of the playoffs. But, I don't know. I don't know who's going to. This is why I do want to talk about the hockey. Our rematch is cool. I'll give you a good reason why rematches are cool at some point.
We'll do that on the other side.
All right.
On the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Guys, stop what you're doing right now. Drop everything. Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to be able to bid at Roller Auction. We have got a great auction that's available to be able to bid right now. Model home furniture and decorations auction. Got a national home builder selling off excess model home furniture and decorations. I was perusing through this just last night. Gently used and some great deals. I'm looking at this dresser right now. 9 drawers on this sucker. Store some clothes, my friend. Phenomenal deal available right there. And this thing looks great. Would actually match my home decor. Go to roller.bid/altitude right now. Sign up to be able to bid this auction, this model home furniture and decorations auction. There is some great stuff in here. Again, lightly used. Nobody has looked at this stuff except people that are perusing homes before. So go to roller.bid right now and go to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid. You can win concert and sporting event tickets from us here at Altitude. That's Roller Auction, roller.bid. Yep, it is. Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We got to get details on Aaron Rodgers and his plans to sign with the Steelers. He is committed to consider thinking about signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Will Aaron Rodgers write a better ending with Pittsburgh than he did with the Jets? We'll get to that coming up here at 5 o'clock, plus the latest on Bronco OTAs, J.K. Dobbins rumors, Evan Ingram at the podium, all of that good stuff. But last night, we got game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, the Edmonton Oilers outlasting the Florida Panthers 4-3 in overtime. Edmonton, by the way, coming back from down 3-1. In that game, Leon Draisaitl, the overtime winner via power play, did not score in the finals last year. 2 goals last night for Draisaitl. Andy, Edmonton and Florida. We watched it last year. The Panthers raised the cup. Edmonton trying to get it back to Canada, since the Montreal in 93?
Yes.
The last one? Yes.
By the way, you remember did they show it last night, Spring, or maybe it was on here, the McSorley illegal stick that gave the power play to the Canadiens that ultimately won the thing? Huh? They pulled out the little measurement thing and he had an illegal stick. They got him.
Oh, that's right.
You remember that?
Yes.
Nothing like the old that foot measurer for your shoe shop determining if your blade is too long, and that determined the cup.
I heard a rumor one time. A buddy of mine was he was the play-by-play voice for a basketball team in the Continental Basketball Association, like back in the 80s. And a former NBA player came in. He was the first one in the gym. He starts hoisting up jump shots. He starts asking. It's the broadcaster and like some maintenance guy are the only 2 people even in the gym as this guy's getting up his shots because he's a real pro. And he goes, "Hey, what the hell? Why is your basket short?" And he was like, my buddy who was the play-by-play guy was like, I don't know. I don't mess with that thing, but
he knew.
Yeah. Eventually, they go and they get a pole. They had a pole that like they would hold up and then they would, do the little crank and get the rim exactly where it had to go every single time. Puts it up against the pole. It's right there. It's like, no, it's even up. Maintenance guy's like, no, it's that hoop's exactly where it needs to be. Player says, measure the pole. 9'10".
Oh!
2 inches short. Yep. 2 inches short. Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah. They had been playing professional basketball on non-regulation hoops probably for years.
That's like those old hoops you'd find in the giving playgrounds around the area that were 8 feet. You could go dunk on them.
Yeah, you feel really good about yourself. Yep.
That's not the right one. Anyway, you know why I'm psyched about this? Here's what I enjoyed about last night. Spring, tell me if you don't feel this way too. Normally there's like a game, especially in game 1, there's a little bit of that feeling out period. Everyone's getting their nerves out of them and all that.
Sure.
Dude, I feel like since that rematch, it's a rematch. They both played it a year ago. That thing was on right away. It was as if all of a sudden that's game 8 of the series because they went to 7 last year.
Didn't Draisaitl score like 30 seconds into the game or whatever it was?
Yeah, the first goal of the game.
Yeah.
And then Florida came back. Florida gets a power play. They score. Then they challenge something for goalie interference. It was determined not. They get another power play. They score again. Mm-hmm. Then it was 3-1. I don't remember who got the third goal in the second, but then all of a sudden Edmonton comes back. They get a goal immediately. Answer that. It just was a great back and forth. But I feel like because it's a rematch, there just wasn't any, we're nervous about this.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's the championship round. Like, I feel like that led to what was just a classic game last night.
I think there's something to that.
Because there wasn't any of that, we haven't been here. Oh, I don't want to screw up.
Teams have been there, all that good stuff. I'm eager to see what Oklahoma City and Indiana kind of look like tonight. Yeah, I think that there is a degree of that, and those teams just knew each other so well. Like, that's what, you think of great teams that have, like, had, like, multiple championship runs low over the years. I mean, again, we had, what do we have, four consecutive years of
Lightning,
Golden State and Cleveland in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
4 straight years.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. We had the same finals 4 years in a row.
I don't know if I need 4 years of it, but I think 2's kind of cool.
Right. Yeah. It's a fun rematch. That's what gets a rivalry going, all that good stuff. But I think you're right about that. Yeah. There's just there's no nerves.
Yeah, because again, last night was just like I said. I'm used to everybody just being a little bit tight. Everyone kind of not getting loose, not trying to get the breakouts. Now again, some of that's just the game of Edmonton. Edmonton's a fun team to watch. I know a lot of people here probably don't like it, but that's just a fun team to watch. But Florida feels like to me a better offensive team than they were a year ago too. I mean, Seth Jones adds something. They've got Marchand.
Margie, as JML called him yesterday here on the show.
You always say, let's measure how far are the Avs from these two teams?
I don't think that far. I really don't. I think the Avalanche are really good. I think the Avalanche ran into a bad matchup.
You know what would help though? Chemistry.
Sure.
Playing together for a while.
I agree
Not
with that.
Shipping out half the team at the deadline like they've had to the last 2 years.
It's funny. I read a Windhorst article today that was just like talking about the benefit of the Thunder Buddies and the Pacers. Like they hang out and do Legos over at Miles Turner's house and stuff like that. Like that. When you built things together over time, there's just a comfort level. And I think, to your point, the Avalanche have to establish some of that. Like you got to be good, okay? I feel like chemistry is sometimes overrated when you just have to be freaking awesome. But I think the Avalanche have all the talent. I really think they do. I don't think they're missing much, man. I think they got to play together. I think what about a full healthy season of Gabriel Landeskog? What about a full year where you're not just, like living basically on eggshells with Val Nichushkin like you always feel like you are? Brock Nelson's going to be around for a full year. What about a whole year of Marty Necas if they don't trade him? Like, those are only things that are going to help your team. Ryan Lindgren around for a whole year. Those are only things that are going to help your hockey team.
Yeah, they got to get him under contract.
Yeah, they do.
Boy, they got a lot going on.
They do.
I mean, everybody always offers up Sam Girard. If you had to pick one name that would hurt, since we've done it with the Nuggets, one name that would hurt that you would shop to try to get some more cash. You don't even have 6 defensemen under contract at the moment. Maybe Malinsky's a cheap signing and you get it figured out.
To me, it's always Val.
See, I'm with you. Everybody seems to push back. We had a texter immediately push back yesterday.
It's hard, though.
Now, Alex,
we've been burned before.
I'm with you. I talked to Raj. Raj brought up a good point yesterday. He said, here's the thing about Val. One more strike for Val, and then he's indefinitely suspended, and you get your money back.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's about, 6.1? I think it is, 6.5.
Yeah, but that doesn't fill your need for a net front presence,
That's just it. Doesn't get your draft pick.
Cool, cap space, but you need a good hockey player.
Something happens in January. It's not like there's just a bunch of dudes waiting to sit around and come get $6.5 million.
That's just it. Val Nichushkin is such a weird trade discussion for me because if he's right and he's mentally present,
you don't want to trade him.
He's awesome.
Yeah, he's one of the best forwards in hockey.
Yeah.
Not a lot of guys do what he does, period.
Exactly. Yeah, but.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, made it through the playoffs this year. That's something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what's so funny about it is, Nazem Kadri, we always worried about him cheap shotting somebody, and then he did, and then they still won the Stanley Cup.
Well, it's funny because they keep bringing up, they had a discussion in pregame last night, or maybe it was intermission, about Sam Bennett. Now, Sam Bennett's about to get paid. And the example, sadly, they used was you don't want to, I think it was the guys on TNT, you don't want to be the Avalanche still looking for their Nazem Kadri.
Right.
Because they said Sam Bennett is basically the same type of player for Florida that Kadri was here.
Mm-hmm.
You ever go back and just try to get Kadri back? The Avs are big on bringing some guys back into the fold. Do you ever try to bark up that road with Kadri one more time? Salary's probably too high, but
yeah, I think he's tough. And they signed Brock Nelson, so
Brock Nelson is basically the extra cap space you had.
Yeah, they're good to go on all of that. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. The Broncos' interest in J.K. Dobbins. You'll want to hear Sean Payton's characterization of that interest. We'll have that for you coming up here on the other side. Plus, the Pittsburgh Steelers got a guy tripping his way all the way to Western Pennsylvania. We'll tell you about it next. Hour number 3, Thursday afternoon. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL after a Bronco OTA that Andy and I were both in attendance for. We watched football practice. We're talking about it right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mark Springer.
Let's do the high five. And Sean Payton talking to the media today. The Broncos today brought in running back J.K. Dobbins for a visit. And here is what Sean was asked about that.
Sean, you're interested in Dobbins?
Yeah, he's coming in. I think he got in last night. I think he's in the building, or he's going to be in the building here pretty soon. We'll have a chance to visit with him, and then we'll see where it goes.
What was the situation there?
It's just another good football player that we've seen firsthand. I've seen for a while, and just the importance of that position group. We really like the group right now we're working with. It's just another opportunity to possibly bring in another good football player to help us win.
Hey, you don't like it that much. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hauling in J.K. Dobbins right now.
By the way, you and I got there about the same time today. Did you feel bad at all for Michael Burton? Like, we're watching all the position groups break out, and they're doing their thing, and there's lonely old Michael Burton, no other fullbacks, working with the coach in a blocking sled.
That's your life, man.
I'm like, dude, even at least the kickers at least have each other.
What's
you know
Michael
what I mean?
Burton making? What's he hauling in this year?
That's a great. By the way, speaking of, because when you say Burton, I think of the two real Sean Payton guys were Burton and Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah.
You realize Lil Jordan Humphrey signed with the Giants, got released, and signed back already? He already got the yo-yo treatment with the Giants.
Multiple transactions.
Yes.
Nice.
I asked Jeff, I was like, what is the deal? And he goes, yeah, it's some weird cap thing, I'm sure. But what is with Lil Jordan Humphrey being the guy when I need a guy to cut, we need you to cut, hang out, and we're going to re-sign you.
Chad Mustard was that guy for a full season.
Right. Well, you know who else did that a bit was Mr. CSU Ram Capri Bibbs.
Oh, yeah.
He was all over the place.
It's a living. Michael Burton, by the way, Andy, $1.2 million. $1.2 million to go and break your body.
Where's our guy Dempsey?
We got to...
Feels like a lot for a fullback.
1.2?
That you don't use?
He gets like 20 snaps a game.
Does he?
Broncos and J.K. Dobbins, according to Mike Kliss, had a nice visit.
Well, were we all there? Tea and crumpets?
He was in...
Were they all on comfortable couches?
I would hope so. Well-appointed leather.
Yeah.
He was in Broncos building today. Per source, no signing imminent, but vet running back remains on Broncos radar. Okay, so what this says to me is whether it's going to be J.K. Dobbins, whether it's going to be Nick Chubb, pick your free agent running back. The Broncos will probably, what this sounds like, at least if we're going off of Mike's information, and I have no reason to doubt the veracity of it, that we would go into training camp. The coaches will get a sense of the running back room. They'll decide either somebody sucks or somebody gets hurt or whatever it is, and then they make that phone call, right?
Probably. It could be vet doesn't want to deal with minicamp, and that's why it's a nice signing and we'll stay in touch.
Could be.
Or, I don't know. We don't have any word if he actually took a physical, do we?
No, it does not say anything. I don't think that would happen until a signing was imminent.
Well.
And right now, no signing imminent. So, no.
Because my other thing was, did they not like the physical?
Good question. Yeah, I've no. Yeah, they would have done some medical stuff.
You'd
today,
have
wouldn't
to
they?
think he's had enough of an injury history. Although he played a lot more games for for the Chargers last year.
I think he played 13.
Yeah, which is still pretty good.
Pretty good.
But look, he had the nasty knee injury, which is why he left Baltimore.
Right.
So you would want to know that thing is still doing okay, right?
Sure. I played 13 last year. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Let's hear from new Broncos tight end, possible Joker, Evan Ingram. He talked to the media for the first time at OTAs, and he was asked if he's ever played the Joker role before.
No, that's a cool thing just to embrace. Sean talks about it a lot. It was a big part of the pitch coming here, and the fans are great here, so just was kind of embracing that narrative a little bit. But I definitely see that as something that's got to be earned with the way I work, the way I come in and learn the offense, and and, gain the trust of Sean and Bo and the rest of the coaches and the rest of the players. So, I think we got a bunch of jokers, honestly, on this team that can have a great role in this offense. So it's definitely something that, I like to embrace, but something I'm going to go earn too.
I would say we need a joker.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Okay, this dude does not have to be the joker. Please just be a good pass-catching tight end. To me, the joker is a versatile, multi-positional player, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be that. I will love and be happy with the guy that you and I talked about. Bo looks downfield. The coverage is stretched a bit. He sits down right at the sticks. Bo's got a great outlet for a first down.
Knows exactly
and away we go.
Where he needs to go. Yeah. That was a great professional football answer out of Evan Ingram, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's I've done this for a while. I'm a good solid vet. It's a good voice to hear right there. That sounded good. I liked that answer. I like that. I have to earn it, all that. I have to earn the trust, the coaches and Bo and all that, deferring to his quarterback. That was a good professional football answer. Tell you what, I like that out of Evan Ingram. But that's why players like that have value, right? Like a guy that has been a top-notch performer in multiple different places, knows that this is probably his last big NFL payday, but there's a reason why this guy has made it 8 years in the league, because he's a damn pro and he knows what the hell he's doing. And the Broncos have desperately needed a tight end like this for what feels like 2 decades.
Yeah. Yes. Since Shannon Sharp retired.
Pretty much. Yeah, real good signing. Looking forward to watching that guy. Yeah, he's a little bit slender out there. He's always been kind of he's
a bigger receiver. Almost.
Yeah.
He is. Shannon Sharp's not a bad comp. People forget Shannon Sharp was drafted as a wideout and muscled up to be. They had him as an H-back for a while and officially just made him a tight end. And Shanahan, you probably well remember, was always grumbling about, does he block enough? But it didn't matter. Guy got open. Guy caught passes.
Yeah. Tight ends, guess what? It's 2025. Tight ends don't have to block anymore.
Not really.
High five.
Aaron Rodgers does plan to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He plans to fly to Pittsburgh on Friday, a.k.a. tomorrow, and join the Steelers ahead of next week's mandatory minicamp.
All right, Andy. Will it end better for Rodgers as a Steeler than it did as a Jet?
I feel like he's playing better now. How about this? He played better at the end of the year than he had played at the beginning of the year. And if he can carry that over, then yes, I think it'll be a more enjoyable ride. Now, does it end with a parade? Man, this dude's still in the AFC. You kidding me? He's got Burrow and Lamar in his same division. Kidding me? He won't even be the best quarterback in his division.
Not even close.
So,
number 3 at best. He's got to hold off Joe Flacco.
I don't know, man. The Steelers are interesting. I got a few Steeler friends texting me today, and I asked them, are you excited about it? And one said yes, another was not as much. I don't know. We'll see. You know what's crazy to me? You and I talked about this a while back. It's wild that Rodgers and Russell Wilson keep ending up in the same spots, only he didn't end up here.
Right.
We wanted Aaron Rodgers before Russ showed up here. We all got Russ. Then Rodgers goes to the Jets. Russ, it's like these two just keep ended up being the quarterback du jour for the veteran quarterback needy team these last couple years. And I do think it's wild that all of a sudden now Russ was a Steeler. Now Rodgers is a Steeler.
You know what's funny is, like, if I put myself for a moment, like in the shoes of a Steelers fan, all right? You haven't won a playoff game since 2016. Now, you have not bottomed out. Nothing even close. In fact, you haven't finished below 500 in any of these seasons. You've been to the playoffs for the last 5 years. Granted, you lost all 4 of those playoff games in the wild card round by multiple scores. So you haven't even really been in those games. Like, the Steelers last year, they had a brief bump with Russ for a minute, and then everyone caught up to it, and then it just went back to crap.
It was the same as the Sean Payton bump.
Exactly. Like,
5-6 good games.
I really think Tomlin's a really good coach. Obviously, you don't have the record that he does if you're not a really good coach. Like, if you're not a good, like getting your team prepared, good game day coach, all those things. I think Tomlin is a good culture guy, all that sort of stuff. But, like, if I was a Steelers fan, I'd be looking at this organization and going, what is the plan here?
No, I think a lot of Steeler fans are wondering that. It looks
like,
to
since
me,
Roethlisberger walked out the door, what the hell are you doing?
I think they were either going to get Rodgers and make the playoff run, which is now the plan as of his signing tomorrow, allegedly.
And you know what, Andy? They're going to do the same thing they did last year. I could see him winning 10 games and getting quickly
No, I think
bounced
you're probably
again.
right. But again, I felt like had Rodgers not signed, I think some in the organization were fine. If this sucks, fine, we'll at least be high to draft a quarterback.
Right.
then.
Let's get in the Arch Manning sweepstakes.
Let's get
it's time
out of
to
this
suck for a while.
perpetual 500 hell that doesn't allow you to really be good. Here's my question to you. Is Arthur Smith happy about this? Rodgers tends to kind of want to run his own thing. Remember, he and who was the coach in Green Bay? Matt LaFleur all of a sudden had a little tete-a-tete when he first got there. Is he going to tete-a-tete with Arthur Smith?
Yeah, I think if you're anybody on the offensive coaching staff, your job just became infinitely harder. You just got a huge headache walk through the door.
All right, I got another interesting question. I think it's interesting. Maybe it isn't.
I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, but I got the microphone, so tough on you. Seriously, is he better than Joe Flacco from 2 years ago when Joe Flacco led the Browns to the playoffs?
Maybe-ish, sorta, a
I'm
little
telling
bit.
You, there's a chance.
Incrementally
he's
so.
Not even. He may be the fourth quarter. If he looks like he did early part of the Jets year last year, he may be the fourth quarterback in the division.
Andy, like you can make and granted, when it was going down, he was like a damn MVP, but you could make a pretty strong case that this guy's been crap since 2021.
Fair enough.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Great, you're a part of a better organization now. Like, well done, but is this going to lead to any kind of winning or anything else like that? The Steelers are such a funny team because, like, you can hang your hat on that, well, we never suck thing. Yeah, but, like, when are you guys going to actually contend for anything again?
All right, let me ask you this. Are the Steelers in a better position with Aaron than they were with Russ?
Yes, that I will. I will give you a hearty nod on that one, and that's not just how much I hate Russell Wilson speaking right there.
High five.
All right, so Derek Carr retired about a month ago, gave up $30 million by choosing not to have surgery to repair a shoulder injury and miss the entire upcoming season. He talked to frontofficesports.com today. Derek Carr saying, quote, I didn't want to have surgery and just sit there, and it sounds crazy, but just take the Saints' money.
Better man than me, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. It's an admirable thing to say.
Sure.
I'd take my $30 million if they owed it to me.
Yeah.
But I don't have a lot of money.
I'd say, hey, my shoulder's broken. I earned it. Go ahead and pay me right now. I don't know. In the very least, take their money and donate it somewhere or something like that. Well, look,
part of my shoulder got hurt because you can't put an offensive line together. So I'm going to go ahead and take my money because I was trying to do my job when I got injured.
Career earnings, Derek Carr. Take a swing on this one, Andy.
Gosh, 200 mil?
195. Yep. He's doing just fine. Don't worry.
Because you know what's crazy? Because I'd call him middle of the road NFL quarterback. He had some great seasons. He had some puke seasons.
Sure.
But that's a guy. That's what the living's going to get you, right? What's Andy Dalton up to? I'd be curious.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Wouldn't you put him in that Derek Carr kind of neighborhood? Aren't they living in the same house roughly?
I think Dalton's prime was a little bit later, so I'm guessing his number's not as good. But yeah, 110, pretty good.
Just saying,
still pretty good.
Not a bad deal if you're a good quarterback.
Yeah,
you make some pretty good money.
It's a good living if you can earn it. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Hey, let's hear from Rob Gronkowski, and he's on a podcast with Julian Edelman. The podcast is called Dudes on Dudes with Gronk and Jules. Yeah, that's actually a great podcast name.
All right.
It is. I wonder if you Google it, what actually comes into your feed.
Google it. Know exactly where you're going.
Yeah, but continue, Spring.
So Julian Edelman asked Gronk what he thinks about Nikola Jokic. Here's Gronk on Jokic.
Love Jokic. On the floor. Love that comparison. The way he moves, he's even bigger than me. But like we got similar movements. Also the way he looks. He's got like a big nose. I got a big nose. I don't want to say this, but he's kind of a uglier version of me. But I would still date him. Like if I was a hot chick.
Maybe don't search that podcast after all. I mean, we don't want to cast too many stones in this glass house here. We can hit some nonsensical stuff, but I don't know.
Who's hotter, Jokic or Gronk?
Well, you don't play in Denver, Gronk. It's Jokic all day.
That's what I'm saying.
Jokic all day.
Absolutely. You a freshly shorn, haircutted Jokic, that's a handsome man right there. I'll take that over Gronk any day of the week. Absolutely. Got that fine Eastern European bone structure. He's a good-looking fella. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yes, that's right. I think Nikola Jokic is hot. Digging the vibes. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 here on a Thursday afternoon. So, Andy, speaking of Nikola Jokic.
And the vibes.
We're going to reformat the NBA All-Star Game.
Oh, really?
Coming
Again?
Coming in 2026. USA versus World. USA versus World.
Isn't that so? Hockey's the only one that's done that.
Apparently,
is that it?
I guess. Well, now we're going. This is what we're doing in the NBA. This is again. They tried to split it up into 4 squads last year. That didn't get anybody excited. So
that
now,
was the worst, was it not?
That wasn't very good. The original Elam ending All-Star Game was good.
Yeah, it was fun.
That was the closest that they got to it. Well, yes, now Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Giannis will all be suiting up for Team World in the All-Star Game. Andy, will World Pride kick in for these guys enough to make them try in the All-Star Game, win one for World?
No. No, Sean Payton. No. You think so?
What's interesting is we brought up that ranker, the top 100. Top 4 players in the NBA are all World.
So
Jokic, Shai, Giannis, and Luka will all be playing for World.
Well, there's part of your starting 5 then, right?
Steph, Ant, Tyrese Halliburton, Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Brunson, Jason Tatum, they can all suit up for Team USA. I would assume Wemby will then join World in the starting 5, although that's a lot of bigs. Yes, World versus the United States. It's worth a shot. I just don't think anyone's going to play hard.
No, you're not going to get them to play hard.
No.
We're going to have the same discussion we have annually about how the money's gotten too big and they're too much to their own teams. If you wanted to get them to play hard, you'd have to get the teams to put pressure on these guys to go there and play hard. And do they really want them to? No.
No,
Do you think David Adelman would be upset if Jokic got 5 minutes in the All-Star game and got sent off to his Mexican vacation or wherever he's going?
That's Adelman. That's what Jokic wants to do. Do you remember last year when Jokic was making fun of the fans at Ball Arena, being like, hey, cool, thanks for voting me to the All-Star game again. It's not like I want rest or anything.
Stop voting me in.
Yes, I don't want to go to this thing.
I want to go to Cabo San Lucas.
I don't want to play for World, okay?
Where's your stop in Mexico? You at Cancun? You at Cabo?
The only time I've been was Puerto Vallarta.
Wow, look at you.
It was pretty sick.
You went on the Love Boat.
It was cool.
Isn't that where they docked all the time? Then they always cruised to Puerto Vallarta?
Did they?
I think so.
I didn't watch a lot of Love Boat.
I think that's where they were going.
Okay.
I'm older than you are.
I feel like Love Boat was one of those, they would join it in progress on WGN after Cubs games, and it was like, Love Boat, I'm out of here.
You're not going to Captain Stubing it up for a minute?
Now, if it's Hogan's Heroes, I'll stick around.
Now you got me.
If it's Newhart, I'm here.
The 15th rerun of the Dirty Dozen.
Yes, so if they feel like trying, I suppose. Isn't Team World just going to be Jokic and Lucas screwing around the whole time? Isn't that all they do? They
Pantsing each other.
Yeah, they show up hungover and then they just mess around the whole time.
Coach just pulls them out of frustration. Get out of there!
Call them over. Where is your world pride right now?
I have none. See, that's the thing. You're not getting to play for their individual countries.
No.
You know what I mean?
You play for world.
Yeah.
So basically, every landmass on the planet outside of this one, apparently.
We're never going to solve this All-Star game conundrum for anybody,
no,
are
we're
we?
not. So just
it
stop
just is
with
what
it.
it is.
Just stop with it. It's funny. Inevitably, anytime we're out there at Broncos, we always just end up arguing about baseball with all the fellow media nerds. And like somebody today was just like, you can't send Jake Bird to the All-Star game. It's like, yes, you can.
Yeah, what else you gonna do?
He's literally the best Rocky. Hunter Goodman is making a case, right? He had a great weekend. He's making a case.
No, let me tell you why. I am the NL manager, and I'm going down my card of batters to pinch hit late in the game.
Yeah.
You think Hunter Goodman is getting my attention? I got Shohei Ohtani sitting over there. You think I'm throwing Hunter Goodman in the game?
Yeah, but he's out of the game already. He's already out of there.
Is he?
Yes, I'm assuming. I'm assuming he's gone by
With
then.
all due respect to Mr. Goodman.
Hunter Goodman can DH. You send
Not
him to
on
the
my
All-Stars.
All-Star team. You're staying on the bench, pal.
Just let Hunter Goodman go play. I kind of like Hunter Goodman, by the way. You know the funny part is the Rockies didn't think Hunter Goodman could play, and now he's not bad. He's having a good year. Look at it.
Well, I mean, they sent Jordan Beck down.
He's got an 819 OPS.
Yeah.
By Rocky standards, that's something.
No, that's really good.
By the way, have you seen Cal Raleigh's numbers, the catcher for the Mariners?
No.
Okay, two things really quickly on Cal Raleigh. First off, he already has hit 23 home runs this year and is like, he's having a Ruthian campaign with an OPS over 1,000 right now. Here's my other, though, favorite Cal Raleigh note. Do you know what his nickname is?
No.
Big Dumper.
Okay. Where did Big Dumper come from?
So it came
He
from.
got a hockey butt?
It did come from his time in the minor leagues. Cal Raleigh got the nickname Big Dumper because he has a big dumper.
All right. How are we spelling that last name? Like the city?
Yes, just like the city.
I don't even have to finish it. He's right there.
According to Wikipedia, Raleigh's nickname referred to his backside, given to him by a former teammate, tweeted in 2021 when Raleigh was promoted to the Mariners. Raleigh's mother said she thinks the nickname stinks, get it, but appreciates fan support for her son. I think you got to support a guy named Dumper, right?
He does have a big backside. Whoa, there's a big picture right there.
He's a good catcher.
Look at that.
That's a big dumper.
Yes.
That's an awfully big dumper right
You better
there.
be sending this over the fence. You got to haul that thing. You know what else, too? He's got my face, so that doesn't speak to svelte athlete.
I wish you had that dumper.
Yeah, I don't. I'm glad I don't.
Tough to find pants that fit.
Holy cow. Dude, look at that one.
It's a big can.
It is. Rob Blake thinks you got a big backside.
That's a large dupa.
He should have played hockey.
That's a good
what was
one.
his deal? He wanted to make money.
What, did you want to make life-changing money?
Yeah. You wanted hundreds of millions?
Although he is a catcher, so his body will be broken one day.
Okay, but still.
Part of the job.
One hockey contract or one baseball contract. What you taking?
It's a pretty easy one.
Say no more.
It's your baseball contract, you can pretty much fill up an entire hockey team's salary cap.
For those that can't see, he's got a Kirby Puckett backside.
It's large. It's a great baseball.
Oh, there's a follow-through. Look at the follow-through one.
Lives up to the nickname.
Yeah.
He's the big dumper. It's a good can. Absolutely.
Big King Dumper. Here's one on YouTube.
Big King
Big
Dumper.
King Dumper. When did the king get added?
I would hope there'd be like a local plumbing supply
Sure.
store or something that would use
No,
him.
roller auctions need to call him.
There you go. Yeah.
We've got dumpers on our way on our auctions.
Dumpers.
Get a dump truck.
Maybe like Toto or something like that could get him to do an endorsement. There's money to be made on that nickname right there.
Yeah, it's all coming together.
So I mentioned this earlier. AFC West, not a good division for wide receivers. We talked about this before. I think there's debate between, is it Ladd McConkey or Cortland Sutton or Xavier Worthy? Who's the best wide receiver in this division?
The rankings, though, again, were Ladd 12, Cortland 20. Did you say 19?
Xavier Worthy's 20, Sutton 23, Jacoby Myers 38. I'm just going off of ESPN's fantasy football wide receiver rankings as of right now, which, that is your production. Let's be honest. All right, so it's not a very good division for wide receivers. It's an excellent division for quarterbacks. Pro Football Focus, and this is just the last list they put out, ranking all 32 starters ahead of the 2025 season. Mahomes 1, Burrow 2, Lamar 3, Josh Allen 4. Tier 2,
Josh Allen.
high-end starters, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Stafford, Herbert, Goff, Geno. And then Brock Purdy. Tier 3B, solid starters, but they need more help. Jordan Love at 12, Baker Mayfield 13, CJ Stroud 14. Man, what would he have been ranked a year ago?
CJ Stroud was top 5.
He was
say he was 5 or 6.
He was like where Jaden Daniels is getting ranked right now.
Yeah.
Kyler at 15, Trevor Lawrence at 16, Dak Prescott 17, Tua at 18. Tier 4, young players with a wide range of potential outcomes. Bo Nix at 19 is at the very top of that tier of quarterback. Young players with a wide range of potential outcomes. Do you agree with that classification of Bo Nix as an NFL quarterback going into year 2?
Wide range is interesting. Tell me, I'll tell you what. Tell me you like the category for him?
I would have.
I don't think he's going to have a lot of regression. How about I put it to you this way? I think people are going to get upset. I think Bo Nix is a very good quarterback, but he's also an older quarterback.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much more of the game he's going to reveal to us. I think we have a pretty good idea of what he is. Is that fair? That's where the wide, I don't think he's going to regress and suck all of a sudden. I think he knows exactly what he wants to do with the football. I think he knows the throws he can make, the throws he doesn't necessarily love to make. I think he's going to be a great game manager at things. But again, do I think he's all of a sudden going to turn into, Lamar Jackson? No.
Here's a couple of steps that I'm really looking for out of Bo this upcoming season that I think would solidly remove him from a tier such as this. Because one of the things that I really like about Bo Nix is I think he knows what he is as an NFL quarterback.
I would agree. I think he has a better idea than some of the people around him.
Absolutely. And I think he plays really well to his own skill set. If it's like things where I'm like, okay, this is where Bo could take a step forward. And here's the honest to goodness answer. I'm not trying to make a hot take and crap on the local quarterback. I just don't know if he can do it. Number one, and I talked about it a little bit yesterday, I want to see him do a better job throwing on the run. On the scramble plays, making a play with his arm instead of just always making a play with his feet. And he's very good at scrambling. I don't want him to stop doing that. I think that's a weapon in his offense, and I think Peyton talked about it last year and kind of encouraged all of that as well. But it's like, okay, how much better can you get throwing on the run? And to that point, and you brought this up yesterday, and it's a great point, his young receivers that he's developing chemistry with, like how much better is Bo going to get in those guys when the play has to go a little bit off script? And I think that's one area where Evan Ingram has a chance to really, really help this team. I don't know if they had a tight end that was great at it a year ago. The numbers would suggest certainly they didn't. The other big thing that I want to see Bo get better at is those throws outside the numbers, which, to be fair, the scouting report on him coming into the league was he's not going to make that throw. And in his first year in the league, the scouting report is still he doesn't make that throw. He's excellent on crossers, man. He's phenomenal at it. And that's good. Like, that speaks well to Sean Payton's offense. He wants to get the ball into the hands of the playmakers. Doesn't have to be super far past the line of scrimmage. Get them turned upfield, get them to make a play. All right? But also, like, there are going to be those defenses that take some of that away, and there are going to be those 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 8s, where Bo's going to have to make that throw outside the numbers, make that tough throw that is getting caught right along the sideline. Here's a little bit of good news, okay? He had a really good throw outside the numbers to Devon Vele. Last week when OTAs were open, he had a really good throw outside the numbers to Cortland Sutton, all right? Little signs of encouragement right there. I need to see that in-game action out of Bo Nix.
No, I'm with you, and I'm trying to make sense of some of his stats. His stats don't get great on the 10-plus yards in some cases.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what's funny about it is I feel like we saw a lot of great deep throws that he connected on.
Yeah.
Especially with Marvin Mims.
He can uncork it.
He can uncork it, but right now, with Next Gen, what they're talking about here, see, these are old stats. That's what I don't like about this. But he does. There's certain parts of the outside the number throws that he's got to get better at.
Yeah.
But again, can he get better with timing with the receivers? He clearly had a good feel for Cortland Sutton last year. I think what's going to help is it's going to help that he's going to have a chance to have all of camp, all of next week's mini camp, all of training camp thrown with the starting dudes. And this is also where I do think the numbers over 10 yards and that, in particular, the 15 to 20 range is going to, I think, be helped by Evan Ingram. Because Evan Ingram's going to run those routes, be in the middle of the field, hopefully be the guy with the one-on-one coverage that he likes. that will help move the sticks. This offense as a whole has to move the sticks better and accumulate first downs better than they did last year.
I loved Nix's answer last week about taking time and all, and like getting a break. And you think about the transition that he made from last year at Oregon to the draft prep, to the combine, to the pro days, to all that crap, to then information overload and figure out how to be an NFL starter and get comfortable in your own skin, meanwhile trying to master all of this stuff. And we saw him take nice steps forward last year in season. All right. With some time off, with a better master on the basic stuff, and honestly, with a very clear depiction of this is what you did well and this is what you didn't do as well. Like knowing exactly the work that he needs to put in, I have no doubt that Bo's the kind of guy that'll put that work in, and he'll get better in those areas. So like, how much better can he get? Sometimes there's just like a limitation on your physical skill set, right?
Sure.
Like there just is like it. You're just not going to have a Josh Allen arm, okay?
And not a lot,
but that's okay. Like you still. Can you, with timing, make those kind of throws, layered throws that you need to be able to make to then take the next step as a football player?
Look, he made some nice throws into traffic today.
He did.
Here's what I think I'm seeing. I'm almost hesitant to say it because it was the first day I'm watching. I'm curious to see if this continues in camp. I feel like all we saw last year during training camp, and really we saw it from Stiddy too, and we talked about it a lot, everything was safe for everybody.
Yeah.
Bo today made some throws that could have been picks, but again, some guys came back and they made some plays for him. He took some chances. I'm excited to see. I know the job's mine, and now I'm going to work on things, Bo.
Right.
I don't want to throw picks in practice and cost myself the job.
Quite frankly, I hope he does throw some picks in practice.
Yeah, Manning used to throw plenty of picks during practice. We just never freaked out about it because he's Peyton Manning.
Right.
You should be working on this stuff.
Yeah.
You should be trying things. See if it works. See where that pass has to go differently.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then go talk about it with the receiver. Try it again.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't need to do the interception count this year in camp. We really don't. You know what I mean?
And yet somebody will. Don't worry.
Well, but we don't need to.
They'll
we can
chart
ignore it. I don't care. I really don't care. Find out what you can do with these guys.
You didn't chart the completions and OTAs today?
I did not.
Nor did I. Well,
it would have been tough too because the way they had the backups, we got that thing, and the fans know the drill.
Yeah.
They were going the opposite direction of us offensively, and so all the offensive linemen and substitutes were in a line. And unless the quarterbacks rolled out to the side, it was a little tough to see everybody during the main practice as to who was making the throws.
Roll out further, you jerks. By the way, PFF, because I love that tier 6 low-end starters and not long-term options. You ready for it, Andy?
Give it to me.
29 Flacco, 30 Anthony Richardson, 31 Mason Rudolph. Not so fast, my friend. 32 Tyler Shuck, New Orleans Saints.
Well, Anthony Richardson has got shoulder problems.
Yeah,
he's not even practicing right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Both Richardson and Stroud
seem
to have sore shoulders. It's not good. And maybe they'll all be fine by the time training camp starts.
We used to live in a world of just absolute quarterback purgatory. It's nice to not. It's nice to talk about a guy that we know is going to be the starter, that had a good first year in the league, that has a chance to get better. This is a pleasant football conversation. I'm enjoying it.
But it's not going to lead to hot takes out of camp every day, which I think we're all going to have to adjust to.
And
I jumped on with DMac and the guys after it. He's like, hey, what'd you see? And I'm like, a football practice? Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Like, did you have any hot take from today?
They love RJ Harvey.
There you go.
That's kind of it.
Yeah.
Like rookie second round pick, they're not even waiting around. He's just
Giving
he's
him a
the
lot
guy.
of work.
Yeah. No, like that. Patrick Surtain is awesome at football. How's that?
Sure.
You like that one? Still, Patrick Surtain, still good. Okay. That's kind of what this team is right now. Not going to print a lot of Team Simeon, Team Lynch t-shirts based on that. Keep it here. Oh, basketball is back in our life tonight. Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Pacers and the Thunder. Is it going to be Tyrese Halliburton? Is it going to be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? By the way, the Thunder, biggest betting favorite in the history of the NBA Finals on just series price alone.
Plus 750 right now, right?
Yeah, it's right now. There is money to be made if you bet Indiana and they can win it all. By the way, Thunder have been bet up to a 10.5-point favorite tonight in Game 1, which that basically mirrors what the number was for Denver at OKC Game 1, and the Nuggets managed to be able to steal that thing. But yeah, NBA Finals back in our life tonight. All right, Andy, is there a world where anybody not named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander walks away with NBA Finals MVP? Yeah.
Well, yeah, there should be.
Who could it be?
But I
Could
don't
it
think.
be now?
Well, if Williams gets going, he's a possibility. I don't think either of the big men get it.
You don't think?
What if Lou Dort goes off for something fierce? Good defense and just range threes all day.
Can't get beat by Lou Dort. Come on.
You can.
I don't think Lou Dort is going to win Finals
No,
MVP.
I mean, look, SGA is going to get it because it's been his year, and he'll probably have the
because
highest.
he'll average 34 points
he'll
a
have
game
all the scoring
on 17 free throws per contest.
Sure.
Yes.
What are the chances? Because you said there's money to be made if Indiana were to walk away with this, but what do you put the percentage at that they shock everybody? See, I was thinking Indiana had a chance until there was something about that last game against Minnesota,
right?
Where I'm like, the defense is just too suffocating for OKC for this to.
Like,
there's just no way they don't win.
I think the Pacers are really fun. I love the pace that they play at. I love the way that the ball pops. I think that Tyrese Halliburton is an entertaining star. But nobody in the Eastern Conference, particularly anybody that the Pacers ran into along the way,
looks like this.
Looks like Lou Dort or Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, and Caruso. Is there anything Caruso could do to steal that award?
That'd be fun, right? That would be a la when Iguodala stole the Finals MVP from Steph Curry.
Well, he's going to be a problem for whoever he defends. We
Right.
know that.
Mm-hmm.
And he could, if he gets hot with his three ball, he could put up some decent points. I mean, I don't think so. I just feel like it's SGA's deal. The league, the media, all of them seem to want to celebrate SGA this year. So it would have to be one heck of a performance to change that. But
and again, it's going to be easy because he's going to score 30 plus per night.
Right.
By the way, NBA Finals MVPs. I got some NBA Finals MVP factoids for you. Can you tell me the only NBA Finals MVP ever from a losing team?
No.
Old school. First year the award was given out, 1969, Jerry West won it for the Lakers, even though they lost the finals that year to the Celtics. Can you tell me the two? Well, this is a weird question to ask because there's a lot of guys in modern years that aren't in the Hall of Fame yet. But can you tell me, let's see, last NBA Finals MVP prior to 2011, NBA Finals MVP to not be in the Basketball Hall of Fame?
No idea.
Okay. Deep cut, 1981, Cornbread Maxwell of the Boston Celtics. Cedric Cornbread Maxwell won the Finals MVP. Got it over Larry. Got it over Chief. Unbelievable that he was able to pull that off. Iguodala will not be a Hall of Famer.
So there'll be two.
Yeah, there will be two because he won it in 2015. I mean, is Jaylen Brown right now, is he a Hall of Famer? Yeah, everybody makes a Hall of Fame. Yeah. So if you're a good basketball player, you'll make the Hall of Fame. I think Jaylen Brown will probably be a Hall of Famer right now. But like Jokic, Steph, Giannis, LeBron, Kawhi, KD, those are all like, that's fait accompli. Those guys will be in there. All right, Andy, what's your prediction on the series? How far does it go?
I don't know. I was thrown off because Scotty was given the Indiana Pacers a fighting chance
Good.
after I feel like he didn't love them on one of our podcasts a couple weeks ago.
I think they have a fighting chance, but that's where it peaks, is fighting chance.
Yeah, I just don't. You don't have Jokic, man. You don't. Halliburton's their Jokic type player, I guess, right? I don't think Halliburton can pull off a Jokic type deal where he just keeps you in the series somehow.
No. I think again, this is a really good team.
4-1 series.
This is a deep team. You think it's Thunder and 5? Yeah. I tell you what,
I'd like to see at least go 6. I just don't think it will.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you.
There's just too much defense and too much depth.
Yeah. If the Pacers want to hang in this series, I think they got to steal this game tonight.
Oh, I would totally agree.
Yeah, you gotta get game 1. I think the Thunder, by the way, have like killed everybody in game 2. So you need to be able to figure out a way to be able to steal a game tonight, surprise them, most likely with your speed, and be able to steal a game before this series gets going too deep. And then you got to hope for shooting variance and all that thing, and maybe you got a fighting chance, and maybe you can pull this thing off in 7. But I'm with you. I'm looking at OKC in 5 and Shea as the MVP. I'm just excited to watch basketball tonight. I really am. I've missed basketball. Like, this playoffs has had such a rhythm to it of just like games every night or every other night or whatever it is. And we haven't had basketball since, what, Saturday? I think is when the Pacers dispatched the Knicks.
There's been too many quick series.
Yeah.
I think the NBA would like to see it not be so many 4-1, 4-2 series.
Let's go a little bit deep. So I'm very, very excited about that. No Rockies game tonight.
Well, probably good thing. It was raining like heck the last time I walked out here.
The scorching hot Rocks will welcome in the New York Mets this weekend.
The Metropolitans.
That's right. Pete Alonso and Francisco Lindor and
Someone
Juan
said Lindor
Soto.
went on the DL.
Did he go on the IL?
Is
Okay.
that
He got hit on the foot last night. So
Juan Soto's still playing, though,
yeah,
right?
Juan Soto's still out there. Yes. Actually,
toe.
latest from ESPN, broken toe not expected to go on IL.
Oh, well,
on
there you
Lindor.
go.
Yeah. Broke his right pinky toe when he was hit by a pitch, but he is not expected to land on the IL, at least for now.
Tape that up and try to go.
Tough it out, man.
The pinky toe, though, is more important than people give it credit for. It really is part of the balance.
Well, it's the one that goes wee all the way home.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can't do the what is that? This little piggy?
Also, like, are the Mets just looking at it like, oh, we're going to play the Rockies this weekend, so we'll be cool. Just heal up, man. You don't even have to fly to Denver. Why don't you just chill for a weekend, do a little elevation on that toe, and you'll be just fine. Although, don't play around the rocks; they're scorching hot.
Better look out!
Look out, everybody!
They weren't scorching hot against the Mets,
not last time.
But this is a new month.
A
new Rocks.
It's a new Rockies team.
Look, you made a goddess in May, New York Mets,
and Scotty Scheffler,
and the first day of June, but you haven't gotten us since.
Yes, in June, we don't swoon, we go to the moon. We're back tomorrow.
Or they return to Earth soon.
Get Hunter Goodman to the All-Star game. We're back tomorrow.
Stop it. Just let Jake Bird go and trade him.
Let the boy go to the All-Star game.
Let the boy throw an inning.
We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to yakking sports with you then. Everybody have a lovely Thursday night. Enjoy game number 1 of the NBA Finals. We'll talk to you tomorrow. The Blitz with Mark Bertinoli and Mark Springer. The Marks. They're coming up next on Altitude Sports.